Chapter 30, 100_ when Sherfong, Crimson Heart, Bloodhammer, and the others opened their eyes again. What entered their vision was a dark and moonless sky. The only thing they could see in the sky were floating land masses. When Sherfong, Crimson Heart, Bloodhammer, and the others opened their eyes again, what entered their vision was a dark and moonless sky. The only thing they could see in the sky were floating land masses. Before Sherfong and the others could get a good feel of their surroundings, a series of system notifications rang in their ears. System, you have discovered the stratified abyssal realm. System, all communication with your homeworld has been severed. System, due to the influence of the abyss's power, your physique is reduced by 50%, and your 5 senses are weakened by 30%. System, the gravity in the stratified abyssal realm is 5 times greater than God's domain. Your mobility is weakened drastically. System, the stratified abyssal realm's level limit is 120. You are unable to get promoted to Tier 4 while you remain here. This restriction will only be removed when you enter a higher world. The system notification stunned Sherfong and the others. They might not have lost any basic attributes after entering the stratified abyssal realm, but their physique and 5 senses were weakened significantly. The gravity acting on their bodies had also increased drastically. In a situation where all sorts of level 105+ Grand Lord ranked abyssal beasts surrounded them, receiving such penalties would put them through hell. At this time, even Sherfong had a headache over these penalties. Everyone in their group might be above level 105, but under the stratified abyssal realm suppression, they couldn't even exhibit half of their usual combat power. In their current situation, the only ones who stood a chance against the level 105+ Grand Lords roaming around them were players who had converted to another race like himself, Hidden Soul, and the Tower Alliance's members. Even domain realm experts, such as Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue, would have difficulty going up against a level 105 Grand Lord by themselves. As for Su Qianlu and the others, they could just barely fight against a great lord of the same level. When Gentle Snow tried using her mana domain, she couldn't help but exclaim, "The suppression here is absurd. Even though the mana here is so dense, I can only extend my mana domain up to 30 yards away. That's only 1/3 of my usual range. That's normal. Over 70% of the mana here is of the dark element," Sherfong explained as he scanned his surroundings. "Skills and spells that aren't of the dark element will be drastically weakened here. Conversely, dark skills and spells will be strengthened." When observing his surroundings with the eyes of reality, Sherfong could see everything for what it was. Particularly, his ability to see the composition of the mana around him had reached an extreme extent. Meanwhile, the stratified abyssal realm's mana composition was so skewed that it surprised even him. Even in special elemental worlds, the dominant element there wouldn't occupy more than 30% of the world's mana. Yet it was already more than enough to amplify the power of attacks of that element by 100% or more. Yet the dark element occupied over 70% of the stratified abyssal realm's mana. This situation was incredibly disadvantageous for players like themselves, who had spent most of their time living in God's domain. Fortunately for Sherfong, he had the abyssal eye, and it could reduce all hostile dark-type effects by 50%. Meanwhile, this effect encompassed even the suppression coming from the stratified abyssal realm. So, while he still couldn't exhibit 100% of his usual combat power, he could still exhibit 70% of it. After a brief discussion between Sherfong, Crimson Heart, and Bloodhammer, they decided to move as a team until they reached a settlement in the stratified abyssal realm. After all, there were many abyssal beasts around them. It'd be more efficient if they broke through this area with more people. Subsequently, after everyone decided on a general direction to move in, they began advancing and killing the abyssal beasts in their path. The abyssal beasts came in all sorts of shapes and sizes, 3-headed wolves and twin-headed lions, to name a few. although their levels only ranged between level 105 and level 110, and the majority of them were at the Great Lord rank. The challenge difficulty of these monsters gave Crimson Heart and the others a scare. Why do these monsters have such quick reaction speeds? Crimson Heart exclaimed as she fought against a Great Lord ranked three-headed hellhound. She had thrust her spear at the Great Lord over a dozen times, yet only 3 of her attacks had landed. There wasn't anything special about the three-headed hellhound's basic attributes. Each of her attacks caused over 600,000 damage to the Great Lord. Meanwhile, the three-headed hellhound only had 50 million HP, so it wouldn't take her more than 100 attacks to take it down. However, unlike the Great Lord she was used to fighting, the three-headed hellhound's dodging capabilities practically rivaled Refinement Realm experts. Combined with the penalties she was currently suffering from, the three-headed hellhound's challenge difficulty was greater than even Great Lords found in the miniature ancient world. These monsters aren't the only problem. Our stamina is also depleting much more rapidly here than on our homeworld. The consumption rate has increased by at least 5 times. We have to end the fight and leave this place quickly. Maria, the demi-dragon woman from the Tower Alliance, said, a frown forming on her face as she fought against a Grand Lord ranked abyssal 2-headed manticore. It wouldn't have been a problem if the monsters here were merely more challenging than normal. However, the increase in stamina consumption was a fatal problem. Under normal circumstances, they could fight continuously for at least 10 hours before having to rest. However, they could, at most, fight for 2 hours continuously while subjected to this penalty. A Grand Lord here had upwards of 200 million. Even if all 20 of them attacked a Grand Lord together, they'd still need 3 to 5 minutes to take it down. In a situation where each monster group had 6 or 7 Grand Lords and at least 40 Great Lords, it would only take 5 or 6 monster groups to kill them from stamina exhaustion. Everyone nodded their heads when they heard Maria's words. Immediately, they started using stronger attacks to finish these abyssal beasts as quickly as possible. After all, it was common sense that the longer a fight dragged out, the higher the chances of the fight attracting other nearby monsters. After fighting for nearly half an hour, Sherfong and the others finally defeated the group of 50 or so abyssal beasts. As these abyssal beasts died one after another, everyone noticed that the stratified abyssal realms monsters provided significantly less EXP than the monsters in God's domain. It was only 1/3 of what they were used to receiving. Moreover, the items they dropped were unexpectedly few. The 40+ Great Lords they defeated had only dropped a bunch of beast materials and nothing else. Even the Grand Lords had only dropped a bunch of materials and 6 pitch black or pieces. Find the original at H*Stead Novel. Isn't the stratified abyssal realm supposed to be a land of riches? Why is the loot of these monsters so terrible? Bloodhammer was greatly confused as he looked at the loot they acquired. This situation was completely different from the information they had gathered on the stratified abyssal realm. It should be known that the beast materials were only good for making food and nothing else. As for the ore pieces, as far as he could tell, they did not contain an astonishing amount of energy within them. At best, this black metal could be considered a type of rare metal and nothing more. While it was still a good item, it didn't make sense that this was all of the loot 6 Grand Lords had to offer. "No, this is indeed a land of riches," Sherfong said, shaking his head as he looked at the black metal piece in his hand. "This dark or isn't as simple as it looks. It might not contain an astonishing amount of energy, but you'll get the black iron that you're familiar with as long as you refine it. I'm sure I don't have to explain the effects of black iron to you, right? Black iron? This is the raw material of black iron." Bloodhammer was filled with disbelief as he looked at the dark ore in his hand. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3101 Is that true, Guild Leader Black Flame? Is that true, Guild Leader Black Flame? Maria, who was resting nearby, couldn't help but stand up and look at Shifeng with a fervent look on her face when she heard Shifeng's words. Weapons made using black iron were incredibly durable, and these weapons had gained themselves a nickname since primordial times. Immortal weapons. Black iron was an incredibly rare material used for weapon production in the greater gods' domain. Demand for it was much greater than supply, and it was a resource frenziedly fought over by the various powers in the greater gods' domain. This was because only weapons made using black iron were tough enough to go up against tier for mythic monsters and above in the greater gods' domain. If a weapon wasn't made using black iron, even an epic weapon would last no more than a fight when used against the greater gods' domain's mythic monsters. Afterward, it'd have to be repaired. Naturally, epic weapons made without black iron would wear out even quicker when used against superior mythic monsters or above. Such epic weapons were almost certain to break in the middle of the raid. Meanwhile, the consequences of such a situation happening went without saying. Players would be fortunate if they could retain even 10% of their combat power if they tried to fight barehanded. Because of this, weapons made using black iron were incredibly valuable in the greater gods' domain. Even a secret silver weapon made using black iron would be worth dozens of times more than an epic weapon made without black iron. When teams were recruiting members to head out into the fields, players without black iron weapons would even be disqualified automatically. To make matters worse, in addition to being incredibly rare, black iron was also incredibly challenging to process into weapons. Even a Grandmaster Forger could only achieve a 30% success rate when producing a fine gold weapon. Moreover, this was only the success rate on paper. Any lifestyle player would know that the 30% success rate the system showed was a big fat lie. With a theoretical success rate of 30%, a lifestyle player would typically succeed only once out of 10 tries. 2 out of 10 tries if they were incredibly lucky. As for dark gold weapons and above, the success rate of producing them was even lower. Due to these factors, black iron was incredibly rare and precious in the greater gods' domain. Currently, the market price for one piece of black iron was 5 units of 7 luminaries crystal. It should be known that 7 luminaries crystals was necessary for players to reach tier 6. Even in the greater gods' domain, the supply of 7 luminaries crystals was very low. Any mine and regional dungeon that produced 7 luminaries crystals would become a target of competition for the greater gods' domain's hegemonic powers. Yet, one piece of black iron could easily fetch 5 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Even then, rarely anybody would trade their black iron away for 7 luminaries crystals. Thus, Maria was greatly surprised to learn that the Grand Lords they had just killed had dropped the raw material for black iron. It should be known that there were numerous Grand Lords in this area, and every monster group had at least 6 or 7 Grand Lords. If news of this matter spread to the greater gods' domain, the various hegemonic powers would definitely do everything they could to gain access to this place. Don't look at me like that. I am a forger, so I can still determine the materials necessary to make black iron, Shifeng said, chuckling when he looked at Maria's excited expression. Honestly, if he weren't a Grandmaster Forger during his previous life, he wouldn't have realized that the inconspicuous dark ore was the raw material needed to produce black iron. This was because even in the greater gods' domain, most players only knew black iron for what it was. They thought that black iron was something that occurred naturally in nature. They didn't know that black iron was actually a man-made product. There were many powers that weren't aware of this secret. Of course, that was only limited to the weaker powers. The various hegemonic powers naturally knew of the secret, and so did a small portion of peak powers. This information could be considered a secret that wasn't a secret among the greater gods' domain's top circle. However, Shifeng didn't mind sharing this secret with Bloodhammer and Maria. After all, it didn't really matter even if they knew that black iron was a man-made product and what it was made from. Even if they managed to get their hands on black iron's raw material, they couldn't do anything with it without the design to craft black iron. It'd simply be an ordinary piece of ore. Of course, black iron ore could also be found in the greater God's domain. Only, the places that produce black iron ore were thoroughly monopolized by the various peak and hegemonic powers. Other powers had no way of interjecting at all, and their only option was to find them in the various stratified abyssal realms. In fact, according to Shurfeng's knowledge, the places that produce black iron ore in the greater God's domain were actually stratified abyssal realms that had broken their respective seals and were introduced into the greater God's domain. Meanwhile, as soon as Shurfeng finished speaking, both Maria and Bloodhammer started looking at the grand lords around them in a different light. As for Crimson Heart and the others, they couldn't help but be confused by Shurfeng's conversation with Maria. Even so, judging by Maria's reaction, it was obvious that the dark ore they acquired was incredibly valuable, so valuable that it could stir the desires of even suspected God-ranked experts like Maria and Bloodhammer. There isn't much time left before nightfall, so let's quickly leave this place. We'll most likely die if we have to face the increased number of monsters at night, Shurfeng said, giving Maria and Bloodhammer a reminder when he saw that the two were looking to hunt more Grand Lord ranked two-headed manticores. Maria and Bloodhammer promptly snapped back to their senses when they heard Shurfeng's words. Then the team resumed advancing and searching for places with a water source. No matter the world, and regardless if it was for players or NPCs, the precondition to establishing a settlement was to build it near a water source. The precondition for establishing a settlement was to build it near a water source. This condition held true for all worlds, players, and NPCs. Hence, if they managed to find a water source, there was a high chance they'd find an NPC settlement nearby. After traveling in this wasteland covered in floating islands for around 4 hours, Shurfeng and the others arrived at a place with countless ancient trees and rocks that measured several hundred meters in height. As soon as they arrived here, they suddenly heard the sounds of battle. In addition, they also saw a towering pillar of fire rising in the distance, coupled with the sounds of thunder and glaring streaks of lightning coming down from the sky. Immediately, Shurfeng and the others grew alert. That should be Shadow Thunder, a Tier 3 curse, Cleansdrew said as she looked at the dark red lightning bolts in the distant sky. Judging by its power, a player should have cast it, so there should be players fighting there. Moreover, it should be quite a big fight by the looks of it. Shadow Thunder was a super large-scale destruction spell, so one would typically only use it in a fight involving large numbers. Should we go and take a look? Guild Leader Blackflame. Crimson Heart asked as she turned to Shurfeng. Based on their journey thus far, Crimson Heart noticed that Shurfeng was much more knowledgeable about the stratified abyssal realm than everyone else. Even Maria and Bloodhammer couldn't help but listen to Shurfeng's instructions. Moreover, if she were to rank the 3 groups in their team based on combat power, Zero Wings group would rank first, while the Tower Alliances group would rank second, and 100 Flower Palaces group would rank last. So, it was completely normal for her to seek Shurfeng's opinion on how they should proceed. At this time, Maria and Bloodhammer had similarly turned to Shurfeng, seeking his opinion. Of course, we're going to take a look. This is our first encounter with other players. If we miss this opportunity, who knows when another one will appear. There's also only 2 hours left until nightfall, Shurfeng said, chuckling when he saw everyone turning their gazes to him. But we have to be careful when approaching them. You mustn't underestimate the strength of the stratified abyssal realms, players, no matter what. If we create a misunderstanding, we will be the ones to suffer. Everyone nodded their heads and put on their black cloaks to hide their information. Then, they followed Shurfeng toward the distant battlefield. Although Hidden Soul, Gentle Snow, and the others from Zero Wings group knew next to nothing about the stratified abyssal realm, they knew that any player capable of living in the stratified abyssal realm's environment would be far superior to the average player in God's domain. Not to mention, their stamina consumption rate here was significantly greater than in the miniature ancient world. In such a situation, individual combat power would be severely restricted, and quantity would play a much more important role than quality. If they accidentally provoked one of the major native powers, the fate that awaited them here would be even worse than if they provoked one of the 5 great super guilds in the miniature ancient world. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3102_ over 1,000 players were clashing by the river next to the forest of towering trees and rocks. Over 1,000 players were clashing by the river next to the forest of towering trees and rocks. If one were to inspect these players with an identification skill, one would find that in addition to being at level 110 or above, these players were all geared in epic weapons and equipment. Quite a few of these players were even in possession of fragmented legendary items. At a glance, it was obvious that these players were split into 2 opposing groups. Of the 2 groups, the first group was composed of around 400 players trying to defend a caravan, while the second group was composed of around 700 players trying to rob the caravan. Even though this battle involved only around 1,000 players, Crimson Heart, Lin Yaoyue, and the others who were spectating the fight from over 1,000 yards away couldn't help but be shocked by what they saw. This was because even the weakest player involved in the fight was a Refinement Realm expert. Moreover, despite being only at the Refinement Realm standard, this expert managed to exhibit combat power rivaling the Void Realm experts, also known as Peak Experts. It should be known that Peak Experts were rare existences in their god's domain, so much so that they would be given an executive position in any superpower. In first-rate guilds, Void Realm experts would even be granted positions that allowed them to influence the organization's decisions, their authority rivaling the guild's vice-guild leaders. Yet the peak experts they came to know as being rare had seemingly become no different from cabbages that were readily available. After all, every player fighting on the battlefield by the river had strength rivaling or surpassing peak experts. Meanwhile, the clash between the 2 groups of players ahead was even more shocking than an all-out war between 2 superpowers in their god's domain. The battlefield's terrain had even undergone significant changes because of these players' battle. Isn't the development of magic technology a little too advanced in this world? Has their manufacturing capabilities become so developed that they can afford to use siege weapons for measly caravan escorts? Bloodhammer couldn't help but doubt his eyes when he saw the dozen or so 10-meter-tall metal frames fighting on the battlefield. Combat puppets. Combat puppets could be regarded as weapons designed for the specific purpose of sieging cities. Even the weakest basic combat puppet possessed strength at the Tier 3 peak standard. In other words, even a Tier 1 player could instantly gain raw strength at the Tier 3 peak standard, so long as they got inside a basic combat puppet. Moreover, depending on the user's ability to control a combat puppet, the combat puppet could also exhibit combat power far surpassing its strength level. It was akin to how ordinary experts and Refinement Realm experts could exhibit vastly different combat powers, even when both of them possessed the same basic attributes. However, combat puppets would typically only be used to siege or defend cities in the various worlds of God's domain. It simply wasn't a resource that players could afford to waste on a simple caravan escort. Yet these players from the stratified Abyssal Realm had not only dispatched multiple combat puppets for a caravan escort, but there was even an advanced combat puppet among them. Combat puppets could be separated into different ranks. A few examples would be basic combat puppets, advanced combat puppets, bronze combat puppets, and high bronze combat puppets. Higher-ranking ones, such as silver combat puppets, also existed, but they were extremely rare even in the greater god's domain. In the case of advanced combat puppets, they could exhibit strength nearing the Tier 4 standard, including their defensive capabilities that surpassed mythic monsters. An advanced combat puppet could effortlessly clash against a Tier 4 mythic monster if piloted by a Refinement Realm expert. Needless to say, an advanced combat puppet would have a very easy time dealing with Tier 3 players. However, the team trying to plunder the caravan, similarly had an advanced combat puppet. Moreover, the player piloting it appeared to be much more skilled, allowing the advanced combat puppet to exhibit combat standards at the Void Realm standard. Even though Bloodhammer was a god-ranked expert equipped with a fragmented legendary weapon, if he had to go up against an advanced combat puppet with such a high combat standard, the only thing he could do was run away. There was no way he stood a chance against such an opponent, not when he was suffering from such powerful penalties because of the stratified Abyssal Realms environment. While Bloodhammer, Crimson Heart, and the others were awed by the stratified Abyssal Realms magic technology standard, Shurfong had his eyes glued to a boy with golden markings in his eyes and a crimson-haired girl wielding a divine staff. The boy looked like he was only around 17 or 18 years old. However, even when he was surrounded by a group of a dozen or so peak and apex experts, he still managed to freely dance around his opponents while swinging multiple longswords. If not for 2 domain realm experts, who were also third-floor experts, limiting his range of movement, the boy would have long since killed the other peak and apex experts surrounding him. The girl wielding the divine staff wasn't an ordinary individual either. Despite being an oracle, she single-handedly stopped an attack of several hundred arrows and spells with just a contract barrier, a Tier 3 curse. Thousand Sword Saint Wordless Ember and Dawn Saint Sleeping Quicksand. Why are these 2 people here? Could this be the nation of ancient gods? When Shurfong saw the boy and girl fighting against multiple opponents on the battlefield, the shock he felt was much greater than the shock Bloodhammer and the others felt when they saw the combat puppets. During Shurfeng's previous life, Wordless Ember and Sleeping Quicksand were legendary individuals in the Greater Gods domain, and their titles of Thousand Sword Saint and Dawn Saint were known by all. Meanwhile, the Bloody Poem adventure team they had established had caused many hegemonic powers to suffer major losses. Bloody Poem had even managed to defeat Heaven's Brilliance, a top-tier hegemonic power, in a frontal confrontation. Bloody Poem only had 10,000 members fighting against Heaven's Brilliance's army of millions during that confrontation. Heaven's Brilliance had even sent as many as 100 Tier 6 god-ranked experts to deal with Bloody Poem. Yet, Bloody Poem had successfully defended its city and killed all 100 of Heaven's Brilliance's god-ranked experts. Because of this miraculous outcome, the battle was remembered as one of the legendary battles in the Greater Gods domain. Meanwhile, a large part of Bloody Poem's success in that battle was due to Wordless Ember and Sleeping Quicksand. The 2 of them had stopped the majority of Heaven's Brilliance's god-ranked experts by themselves. Because of their outstanding performance, Wordless Ember became known as one of the 10 great sword gods in the Greater Gods domain, while Sleeping Quicksand became known as one of the 10 great oracles. The 7 Luminaries Alliance, the oldest neutral power in the Greater Gods domain, had even conferred the title of Saintess to Sleeping Quicksand. The 7 Luminaries Alliance was one of the strongest powers in the Greater Gods domain. Its hands reached across the entire Greater Gods domain, and the organization's main purpose was to evaluate Tier 6 god-ranked experts. Moreover, any Tier 6 god-ranked expert could join the organization, regardless of whether they were a member of another power or not. In addition to having no restrictions placed on them, Tier 6 god-ranked experts who joined the 7 Luminaries Alliance would also be given the position of Elder as soon as they joined. The people who held the most authority in the 7 Luminaries Alliance were the Senate's 12 Grand Elders and the Tier 6 god-ranked experts who had been conferred titles by the 7 Luminaries Alliance. However, receiving a title from the 7 Luminaries Alliance was an incredibly challenging task, and the Alliance had given out titles to no more than 10 god-ranked experts in the last century. Yet, Sleeping Quicksand managed to not only receive a title from the 7 Luminaries Alliance, but also became the youngest god-ranked expert to receive a title from the Alliance. After the rise of Wordless Ember and Sleeping Quicksand, others quickly found out that they originated from a stratified abyssal realm. Meanwhile, after the various powers investigated this stratified abyssal realm, they quickly discovered that it used to be a nation inhabited by ancient gods. According to rumors, Sleeping Quicksand had acquired an incredibly powerful ancient god's legacy during her time in this stratified abyssal realm. Hence, the Seven Luminaries Alliance had conferred her the title of Saintess. While Sherfong and the others were spectating the battle, the two teams fighting in the distance quickly noticed their presence as well. "Friends over there, do you mind lending us a hand? Our Purple Light trading firm will repay you generously afterward," a middle-aged man defending the caravan shouted when he saw Sherfeng's team. Meanwhile, as soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, a fierce man from the team trying to plunder the caravan shouted, "A measly team of 20 dares spectate Death Curse's operation? You people must be tired of living." This novel is _hosted_ by Hosted Novel. As soon as the fierce man finished speaking, the plundering side's advanced combat puppet promptly turned toward Sherfeng's team and fired its magic cannon at them. Immediately, a black beam of light tore through space and flew straight toward Sherfeng's team. The beam was so quick that it crossed the 1,000-yard distance and enveloped Sherfeng's team in the blink of an eye. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3103 Night Revenant is too much. How can he attack those people without even giving them a warning? Is he not afraid that they might be upper-class nobles from Slumber City? Night Revenant is too much. How can he attack those people without even giving them a warning? Is he not afraid that they might be upper-class nobles from Slumber City? It seems that that person from Death Curse has completed the trial. Otherwise, there's no way Death Curse's members would act so arrogantly. But those people are truly unlucky. Even the commander can't get away unscathed from an advanced combat puppet's magic cannon. Those people must have been wiped out already. The expressions of the Purple Light trading firm's members turned ugly when they saw the Death Curse adventurer team's advanced combat puppet suddenly take action against Sherfeng's team. Originally, Sherfeng's team had been their Purple Light trading firm's hope. After all, players who'd appear in this area would typically be from Slumber City. And since Sherfeng's team dared to travel outside with so few people, it proved that they were strong. Hence, there was a high chance that this might be a team under the command of one of Slumber City's upper-class nobles. After all, upper-class nobles were a special group of existences out of Slumber City's several 100 million players. They had many followers, and they also enjoyed greater authority in Slumber City. Even Slumber City's various powers would try their best to partner with these upper-class nobles. Meanwhile, if an upper-class noble was willing to pay the price, even the peak powers in Slumber City would get a headache. Typically, only those who had managed to become Slumber City's Vice City Lord would dare to provoke upper-class nobles. However, to become a Vice City Lord, not only would a player need to have 100 Temple Knight players with Tier 4 strength as followers, but they would also need to complete the Temple Trial. For Death Curse, gathering 100 Temple Knights wasn't a difficult task. However, the difficulty of completing the Temple Trial was on an entirely different level. Many experts had challenged the Temple Trial throughout these years. However, only 3 people managed to complete it. These 3 people were essentially invincible existences in Slumber City, and they were also Slumber City's mainstays. The Purple Light trading firm had only managed to gain its current standing and strength in Slumber City because it was backed by one of these 3 people. However, if that person from Death Curse managed to complete the Temple Trial, it'd be a nightmare for the Purple Light trading firm since the 2 organizations were longtime enemies. While the Purple Light trading firm's members were lamenting over the situation, the destructive beam fired by Death Curse's advanced combat puppet didn't hit its mark as intended. Instead, just when it was about to hit Sherfeng's team, the beam suddenly got deflected and struck the nearby ground, instantly evaporating the rocks and trees within a 100-yard radius. The magic destruction cannon's beam got deflected. How is this possible? The commander is one of the top 100 knights in Slumber City, but even he can't deflect that powerful beam. Who is that person? The purple light trading firm's members couldn't help but be astonished as they looked at the dagger-wielding woman standing before Shifeng's team. The advanced combat puppet's magic destruction cannon was a weapon specifically meant to target temple knights, since it possessed the power of a Tier 4 spell cast by a Tier 4 mythic monster. Even players with the identity of Temple Knight would die instantly to this attack unless they possessed a life-saving skill. This was also why Knight Revenant had instructed the advanced combat puppet's user to use the magic destruction cannon without hesitation. Even an upper-class nobles team would evaporate under this attack unless the team similarly had an advanced combat puppet to tank the hit. Yet now, a member of Shifeng's team had managed to deflect the magic destruction cannon's attack with nothing but the tattered dagger in her hand. This was simply unbelievable. At this moment, the purple light trading firm's members weren't the only ones surprised by this situation. Even Crimson Heart, Bloodhammer, and the others on Shifeng's team couldn't help but be surprised. Find the original at Hosted Novel. If they were back in their homeworlds, they could similarly replicate this feat easily. However, while subjected to the stratified abyssal realm's various penalties, there was no way they could deflect an attack of such caliber. Yet Hidden Soul had accomplished it. Moreover, she had executed the feat as effortlessly as she was walking. When Maria saw the magic runes on Hidden Soul's body, shock filled her heart as she muttered, "Is she a high demonkin?" "What? She's a high demonkin?" Bloodhammer's eyes widened when he heard Maria's guess. Demonkins were considered an incredibly rare race, and even ordinary demonkins already possessed talent rivaling some of the weaker higher life forms. Meanwhile, high demonkins were a race that was rarer than even demi-dragons. If demi-dragons were known for their physical strength and high elves for their magic, then high demonkins were known for their spatial manipulation, which was an incredibly rare ability in God's domain. One could say that high demonkins were the favored child of space. Typically, players would have to master the use of their mana domain and reach the world creation standard before gaining some spatial manipulation capabilities. In other words, players would need to master the power that only an extremely small portion of Tier 5 players could master. However, high demonkins could skip this step entirely. Although their spatial manipulation ability was far from rivaling that of Tier 5 experts who had achieved world creation, it still wasn't something players beneath Tier 5 could come into contact with. Simply put, under a situation where the difference in strength wasn't particularly big, it'd be incredibly difficult for players to harm a high demonkin. Even touching a high demonkin was a challenging task. These people are likely to be temple knights from another city, Vice Commander. I don't think it'll be wise for us to continue taking action, a level 116 assassin youth wielding a fragmented legendary dagger said, frowning as he looked at Hidden Soul's distant figure. In addition to being an assassin himself, he was also one of the top 100 temple knights in Slumber City. However, even he doubted that he could replicate Hidden Soul's feat. He felt that only temple knights ranked among the top 30 could do so. Meanwhile, every one of Slumber City's top 30 temple knights was a monstrously powerful expert that even Death Curse's commander would have difficulty dealing with. So what if she's strong? Does that make me weak? Knight Revenant said as he looked at the assassin youth contemptuously. Leave those people to me. You guys focus on annihilating Purple Light's members. The assassin youth nodded and stopped speaking. If Slumber City's top 30 temple knights were considered monsters, Knight Revenant was also a monster. Moreover, he was a monster ranked among the top 10 of Slumber City's Temple Knight ranking list. Knight Revenant was also the biggest reason why Death Curse dared to intercept Purple Light's caravan. Meanwhile, after Knight Revenant issued his command, he promptly dashed toward Shifeng's team, leaving behind after images in his wake. This person must be very strong since he dares come at us alone even after seeing the scene just now. Maria commented as she watched Knight Revenant rapidly approaching them. Judging by his appearance, he should be a tigerkin. This race excels in strength and speed. Magical classes. Make sure not to let him get close to you. I'll go and block him. Everyone else, attack him in the meantime. It doesn't matter even if you hit me to attack him. No need. I can handle him by myself, Hidden Soul said, shaking her head before vanishing from her location. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3104 underscore the Tigerkin's strength shouldn't be underestimated. Guild Leader Black Flame. In terms of combat standards, he's most likely a 4th floor expert already, Maria said worriedly to Sherfong when she saw Hidden Soul taking the initiative to meet Knight Revenant in battle. It'll probably be difficult for her to deal with him all by herself. That Tigerkin's strength shouldn't be underestimated. Guild Leader Black Flame. In terms of combat standards, he's most likely a 4th floor expert already, Maria said worriedly to Sherfong when she saw Hidden Soul taking the initiative to meet Knight Revenant in battle. It'll probably be difficult for her to deal with him all by herself. Maria could tell that Hidden Soul possessed extraordinary combat standards. The other party was undoubtedly at the World Tower's 3rd floor standard already. Even Maria wasn't confident that she could win against Hidden Soul. However, it was also apparent that Knight Revenant was superior to Hidden Soul when it came to combat standards. Moreover, Knight Revenant was a native of the stratified abyssal realm, so he should have long since adapted to the environment here. These two factors would put Hidden Soul at a considerable disadvantage. Crimson Heart also nodded in agreement with Maria's words. This was their first day in the stratified abyssal realm, so it'd be wiser if they moved carefully. Regaining the levels they lost from death might not be a problem, but it'd be extremely challenging to recover any weapons or equipment they lost. Since Knight Revenant was charging at them all by himself, the wiser decision to make would be to focus their firepower and dispose of him first. She'll be enough, Sherfong calmly said. Rather than interfere with her fight, we should first focus on helping the Purple Light trading firm. It's obvious that Purple Light's members can't hold out for much longer. If we wait until Death Curse's side takes care of Purple Light's members, Death Curse will have a much easier time dealing with us. Even Sherfong lacked the strength to go up against hundreds of experts, all by himself in the stratified abyssal realm. If Hidden Soul could keep Death Curse's strongest expert busy all by herself, it would save them a lot of energy. However, if they were to commit their entire team to deal with one person, the situation would quickly turn disadvantageous for them. Maria, Crimson Heart, and the others quickly came to a realization when they heard Sherfeng's words. Immediately, they followed Sherfong to reinforce Purple Light's members. Their team of 20 might be able to kill Knight Revenant if they worked together. However, by the time they killed Knight Revenant, Purple Light's members would have most likely been annihilated already. At that time, they'd have to face Death Curse's several hundred members all by themselves, and they'd become the ones to die next. They didn't fall for it. While exchanging blows with Hidden Soul, Knight Revenant couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Sherfong and the others bypassing them and advancing toward the distant battlefield. Your leader is smart to send you, his team's strongest member, to keep me busy while he and the rest of his team deal with the others. Knight Revenant was not only in possession of 2 fragmented legendary items, but he also possessed the hidden class Soulwalker. He could last a long time even if he had to go against over a dozen Temple Knights simultaneously. Moreover, there was also 0 chance of these Temple Knights killing him. Hence, the best decision for Sherfeng's team would be to prioritize the other experts of Death Curse. It was also a wise decision for Sherfeng's team to send their High Demonkin to keep him busy. Honestly, even Knight Revenant found it tricky to deal with Hidden Soul. High Demonkins were famed for being sticky and slippery opponents. This was especially true when a skilled expert like Hidden Soul played this race. Even after trading several dozen blows with Hidden Soul, Knight Revenant had not landed even a single attack on the other party. Whenever his attacks were about to land on Hidden Soul, his weapons would simply pass through her body as if it were an illusion. Yet he was also certain that he wasn't fighting an illusion, since Hidden Soul's retaliation was very much real. Under such a situation, Knight Revenant couldn't chase after Sherfong and the others, even if he wanted to. However, when Knight Revenant saw Sherfong and the others reaching the other battlefield, he suddenly smiled and said, "It's a pity all of your actions are futile." As soon as Knight Revenant finished speaking, another metal giant measuring over a dozen meters in height suddenly appeared among Death Curse's team. This metal giant was Death Curse's second advanced combat puppet, and it had promptly swung its massive saber at Sherfang's team as soon as it appeared. Meanwhile, in addition to carrying power at the Tier 4 standard, the advanced combat puppet's attack was also enhanced by Mountain Splitter, a bronze combat technique. Setting range aside, the raw power of this attack was superior to even the advanced combat puppet's magic destruction cannon. Even a mythic monster would fall into a weakened state if it got hit by this attack. There was no way players could defend against it at all. Impossible. A second advanced combat puppet. The expressions of Purple Light's members turned incredibly ugly when they saw a second advanced combat puppet appearing among Death Curse's team. It was especially true for Wordless Ember, Sleeping Quicksand, and the middle-aged man leading the team. Advanced combat puppets were an extremely rare commodity in Slumber City. Normally, they would only be used to defend strategic locations, such as mines. They were also incredibly useful against monster armies. Even the Purple Light trading firm, as powerful as it was, only had 5 advanced combat puppets in its possession. If it weren't for the importance of the cargo they were transporting this time, they would have never been willing to assign an advanced combat puppet to defend their caravan. After all, using it for caravan protection meant that one of their strategic resource nodes would have to go without the support of an advanced combat puppet. This would put the resource node at huge risk of being destroyed by monster tides. However, Death Curse only had 4 advanced combat puppets, yet the adventure team had sent 2 to target their caravan. This was simply absurd. At this moment, though, Hidden Soul, who was fighting against Knight Revenant, suddenly laughed. "Futile. What did I get wrong?" Knight Revenant asked, feeling a little confused when he saw Hidden Soul stop attacking him. "Firstly, I'm not the strongest member of my team," Hidden Soul said. "Secondly, I'm afraid a mere advanced combat puppet is far from enough to stop Guild Leader Blackflame's sword." Not enough to stop his sword. Knight Revenant nearly laughed when he heard Hidden Soul's words. An advanced combat puppet could easily block a Temple Knight's attack, even without relying on any combat techniques. Meanwhile, an attack from an advanced combat puppet using a bronze combat technique was something even Death Curse's commander would have to avoid. Otherwise, advanced combat puppets wouldn't have become the various powers' most important trump card. However, just when Knight Revenant was about to say something, he was interrupted by the abrupt exclamations of his team members on the other battlefield. He blocked it. He blocked the Mountain Splitter. Did he use an invulnerability skill? The eyes of Death Curse's members bulged when they saw Sherfong single-handedly stopping the advanced combat puppet saber. Moreover, in addition to stopping the weapon that was much bigger than he was, Sherfong had also blocked the advanced combat puppet's attack without moving an inch from his spot or taking a single point of damage. As expected of the nation once inhabited by ancient gods, it's astonishing that the residents here have managed to develop their combat puppet manipulation to such a degree, Sherfong thought, feeling a little surprised when he saw that the saber before him was creating a void in the surrounding space. It was much more challenging for players to manipulate a combat puppet than manipulate their in-game bodies. Even Sherfong would have difficulty executing a bronze combat technique with a combat puppet. Moreover, the advanced combat puppet's attack had already reached the Tier 4 peak standard. If it were before he had converted into an ancient human and obtained the Abyssal Eye, Shifeng wouldn't have been able to divert the attack's power with Sword's transmigration. He would have most likely needed to use one of his trump cards to block the attack. So what if you blocked my attack? I can simply wear you out with the advanced combat puppet's limitless stamina. The middle-aged man manipulating the advanced combat puppet said as he executed Mountain Splitter against Shifeng one more time. Unlike players, combat puppets didn't rely on stamina to operate. So long as they had enough mana, combat puppets could keep on fighting forever. At most, the player manipulating the combat puppet would exhaust some concentration when executing a combat technique with the combat puppet. However, since players didn't have to move inside combat puppets, they recovered concentration much more quickly than if they were fighting themselves. Moreover, advanced combat puppets possessed incredible defensive capabilities, and even an all-out attack from a top 30 Temple Knight would, at most, shave off one durability point. With the advanced combat puppet's 3,000 points of durability, it'd take several thousand attacks from a top 30 Temple Knight to destroy it. A player would probably die from exhaustion if they had to execute several thousand all-out attacks consecutively. This was also why even the various cities' top 100 Temple Knights would choose to flee whenever they came across an advanced combat puppet. However, Shifeng did not try to defend against the advanced combat puppet's attack this time. Instead, he deflected the attack slightly using the Winter of Eternal Night, causing the massive saber to slide to the side. Then he raised the Winter of Eternal Night with both hands and executed a vertical slash against the metal giant before him. First sword, Light Shadow. Immediately, an illusory great sword appeared in the air and descended on the advanced combat puppet at lightning speed. Then, after the illusory great sword disappeared, the advanced combat puppet suddenly stopped moving and split in half. As for the domain realm expert manipulating the advanced combat puppet, he had converted into particles of light and vanished without a trace. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 30-105 TL Notes. Purple Light Trading Firm - Purple Light Chamber of Commerce. When Shifeng bisected Death Curse's advanced combat puppet, silence suddenly enveloped the entire battlefield. Even the members of Purple Light and Death Curse had stopped fighting to look at the destroyed combat puppet. It got destroyed. He destroyed it with just one attack. No, impossible. That's an advanced combat puppet we are talking about. I must be dreaming. How can a player possibly accomplish such a feat? Everyone was greatly shocked by the sight of the bisected advanced combat puppet. Advanced combat puppets were known for being nigh invincible existences in the stratified abyssal realms' various cities. At the same time, they were the various powers' trump cards. Meanwhile, even the administrators of the various cities would have great difficulty destroying an advanced combat puppet. Yet now, one of these nigh invincible existences had failed to survive even one attack from Shifeng and gotten bisected like a piece of tofu. Could that person be a Tier 4 NPC in disguise? Wordless Ember muttered, his eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at Shifeng. When it came to being a swordsman, Wordless Ember felt that he could easily rank within the top 5 of Slumber City. Meanwhile, the only swordsman who could achieve a convincing victory against him in Slumber City was the Purple Light Chamber of Commerce's backer, Laura Crater. However, Wordless Ember was certain that the destructive power Shifeng had just exhibited was something even shimmering Sword Laura Crater could not accomplish. Yet, it should be known that Laura Crater was the closest person to becoming a limit breaker in Slumber City. It might make sense if Shifeng was a limit breaker, since it was rumored that limit breakers could destroy advanced combat puppets in one hit. However, Shifeng couldn't be a limit breaker. After all, once a player became a limit breaker, they could only remain in the stratified abyssal realm for a short time before having to leave for a higher world. So, if Shifeng wasn't a limit breaker, the only plausible explanation for his unbelievable strength was that he wasn't a player but a Tier 4 NPC instead. No, it should be his sword. When he attacked just now, I could feel the power gathered within his sword reaching the limit breaker standard, Sleeping Quicksand said, shaking her head as she observed Sherfong. The sword he wields is most likely extraordinary even among fragmented legendary weapons. In addition, he also has extraordinary combat standards. I believe he should be able to rival those administrators. The administrators? When wordless Ember heard Sleeping Quicksand's evaluation, his fighting spirit promptly flared up. Slumber City might have a player population of several 100 million. Still, the number of swordsmen who could spar with him numbered only a handful, let alone swordsmen who could match the city's administrators. If he could engage in an all-out fight with Sherfong, he was certain that it would greatly help his swordsmanship. Meanwhile, when Sherfong defeated the advanced combat puppet, Crimson Heart, Bloodhammer, Gentle Snow, and the others who followed him also couldn't help but be shocked. They had long since known that Sherfong possessed astounding strength. After all, he had managed to single-handedly tank the Tier 4 Dark Titan. However, that raid had taken place in God's domain, where they didn't have to suffer the stratified abyssal realms' severe penalties. Moreover, Sherfong had used all of his strength to tank the Dark Titan back then. However, they couldn't help but feel that rather than grow weaker, Sherfong had grown stronger after entering the stratified abyssal realm instead. That person is too dangerous, Commander. We might also lose the other advanced combat puppet if we keep on fighting. Should we continue? A berserker clashing against Echoing Judgment, Purple Light's commander, asked through the team chat urgently. Retreat! Knight Revenant commanded without hesitation, his eyes filled with shock as he looked at Sherfong. Then a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he swore, "We'll pay him back for this in Slumber City sooner or later." Knight Revenant never expected to encounter an existence rivaling Slumber City's administrators in a 20-man team. He also didn't expect to lose an advanced combat puppet. If news of this spread, Death Curse would definitely suffer a huge loss in reputation. After saying so, Knight Revenant promptly disappeared into his shadow, preventing Hidden Soul from perceiving his movement and presence. He left? Just like that? Hidden Soul grew a little disappointed when she saw Knight Revenant and the other members of Death Curse retreating. I might have been able to achieve a breakthrough in that silver footwork if I could clash with him a little longer. Hidden Soul had gained a significant harvest from fighting with Knight Revenant. Particularly, the evasive techniques Knight Revenant employed was undoubtedly the strangest out of all evasive techniques she had seen used by assassins. If it weren't for her talent as a high demonkin, she would have likely been led astray by Knight Revenant's movements and gotten hit on numerous occasions. Meanwhile, after Death Curse's members swiftly withdrew from the battlefield, Purple Light's members couldn't help but sigh in relief. The size of Death Curse's team exceeded their team by more than 2 times. They had also fought many battles against monsters before Death Curse had ambushed them, so they didn't have much stamina remaining. Had the fight with Death Curse continued for a few more minutes, they would have most certainly suffered annihilation. Thank you for your assistance. If not for you all, our entire team would have died here, Echoing Judgment said gratefully after approaching Sherfong quickly. My name is Echoing Judgment, the Purple Light Chamber of Commerce's commander. May I know how I should address you all? Black Flame, Sherfong answered without hesitation. Everyone else in Sherfeng's team also introduced themselves one after another. It seems you all possess extraordinary skills if you can operate outside with so few people. Could you all be from the Dark Sanctuary? Echoing Judgment asked somewhat excitedly when he saw that there were players with higher races, such as Hidden Soul and Maria, in Sherfeng's team. Support us at H+SteadNovel_. Typically, players in the stratified abyssal realm would operate in teams of 200 at the very least for the sake of survival. If a team operated with only 20 members, The team either had an upper-class noble or was made up of overconfident players. In the latter case, they were usually ignorant newcomers who were setting foot into level 100+ maps for the first time. Aside from these two scenarios, there was also one more possibility for a small team of 20 to appear in a level 100+ map. These players were from the Dark Sanctuary, the center of the stratified abyssal realm. It was rumored that the Dark Sanctuary possessed the secret for players to become limit breakers. However, the Dark Sanctuary was isolated from the rest of the stratified abyssal realm, and it was incredibly challenging to get into and out of the Dark Sanctuary. Players seeking to get out of the Dark Sanctuary needed to complete a trial with a participation limit of 20 players per team. Meanwhile, each trial completion would only grant players one exit opportunity. Moreover, teams that sought to leave the Dark Sanctuary could only spend a limited time outside the Dark Sanctuary. For outsiders seeking to enter the Dark Sanctuary, the conditions they needed to meet were even stricter. Not only did they have to complete a trial, but they also needed to find trial certificates before they could even qualify to challenge the trial. Trial certificates dropped randomly in the stratified abyssal realms level 100+ maps, and only after gathering 20 certificates could players challenge the Dark Sanctuary's entry trial. The various cities' peak powers all sought to enter the Dark Sanctuary and search for the secret to becoming a limit breaker. Unfortunately, even until now, not even one of Slumber City's powers had managed to gather 20 certificates. In fact, there weren't even 20 certificates in total in the entire city. On the other hand, though, there were some players who had managed to come out of the Dark Sanctuary. These were all players belonging to the Dark Sanctuary's various powers, and every one of these players was incredibly powerful. These players had specifically left the Dark Sanctuary to trade with powers outside the Dark Sanctuary, and many powers had skyrocketed in strength because of their trades with the Dark Sanctuary's players. Meanwhile, one of the easiest ways to identify whether a team was from the Dark Sanctuary was by looking at the number of higher races the team had. Higher races were incredibly rare in the various cities. They were so rare that there wouldn't be more than a handful of higher races in a city of several hundred million. Yet, Shifeng's small team of 20 had 2 higher races. Moreover, one of them was a high demonkin, and the other was a demi-dragon. Both were extremely powerful races, even among higher races. There was no way any city outside of the Dark Sanctuary could come up with a team with 2 of these higher races. Thus, the only explanation was that Shifeng's team came from the Dark Sanctuary. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3106_ As soon as Echoing Judgment finished asking his question, the other Purple Light members promptly looked at Shifeng's team. Their eyes filled with excitement and desire. Even Wordless Ember and Sleeping Quicksand wore looks of interest on their faces. Meanwhile, Shifeng and the others couldn't help but be surprised and confused by this situation. As soon as Echoing Judgment finished asking his question, the other Purple Light members promptly looked at Shifeng's team. Their eyes filled with excitement and desire. Even Wordless Ember and Sleeping Quicksand wore looks of interest on their faces. Meanwhile, Shifeng and the others couldn't help but be surprised and confused by this situation. Are you perhaps not from the Dark Sanctuary? Echoing Judgment asked, feeling a little confused when he saw Shifeng's team remaining silent. Although the levels of Shifeng's team members were somewhat low, this was a normal situation in the stratified abyssal realm. After all, it was incredibly easy for players to meet death out in the fields. Moreover, leveling up became absurdly challenging after level 110, each subsequent level up requiring several times the EXP of the previous level up. Depending on a player's class, the increase in EXP requirement could even reach tenfold. Yet, each death would cost players to lose one entire level. Meanwhile, if Shifeng's team truly came from the Dark Sanctuary, it was completely normal for them to suffer multiple deaths in their process of completing the exit trial. So, it was understandable that their levels were so low. However, if Shifeng's team wasn't from the Dark Sanctuary, it'd be strange why they were so low-leveled despite having such great strength. You've guessed correctly. We are indeed from the Dark Sanctuary, Shifeng said without breaking his composure even in the slightest. We had to go through a lot of trouble to come out here, and our goal this time is to find some long-term partners. Shifeng had heard about the Dark Sanctuary located in the stratified abyssal realm inhabited by ancient gods. He even knew about some of the Dark Sanctuary's secrets. Although he could also lie that they were players from another city, they didn't have much knowledge regarding the stratified abyssal realm's current state of affairs. If they pretended to be from another city, their act would get exposed very easily. Of course, there was also the option of being truthful and saying they came from outside the stratified abyssal realm. However, if they did that, it would put them in a passive state. This was because the stratified abyssal realm's native players knew that players from outside the stratified abyssal realm were pushovers. Regardless of how powerful an organization these outsiders came from, none of these outside organizations could set foot into the stratified abyssal realm. Moreover, native players also knew that outsiders needed to go through a lot of trouble to enter the stratified abyssal realm. This meant that outsiders didn't really have much to offer. To make matters worse, many outside powers had access to the stratified abyssal realm. It was just that each power could only send a very small number of players into the stratified abyssal realm. This meant that native powers would have no lack of outside powers to partner with. So the native powers would typically squeeze outside powers for everything they've got. However, it was a different story for the Dark Sanctuary. The Dark Sanctuary was located in the stratified abyssal realm, and it was a place countless players in the stratified abyssal realm sought to enter. It was just that the various powers were currently stuck outside the Dark Sanctuary. Even so, it was only a matter of time before the various powers got into the Dark Sanctuary. Meanwhile, to ensure their entry into the Dark Sanctuary went smoothly, the various powers based outside the Dark Sanctuary strongly revered and desired to partner with the Dark Sanctuary's local powers. When Crimson Heart, Bloodhammer, and the others heard Shifeng's words, they couldn't help but look at him in astonishment. They didn't think that Shifeng would dare tell such a lie. Was he not afraid of getting exposed? However, Echoing Judgment and the other Purple Light members simply took Shifeng's words at face value. It's no wonder he can exhibit destructive power rivaling Limit Breakers. The Dark Sanctuary truly is an extraordinary place. I wonder when we'll be able to gather 20 certificates? Wordless Ember thought to himself in excitement. It was the dream of every player in the stratified abyssal realm to become a Limit Breaker and leave this world. After all, only by becoming a Limit Breaker could they reach the rumored place in the real world, acquire much longer lifespans and youth, obtain their own city, and set foot into the true upper world. They wouldn't have to constantly worry about living space and food like they were now. You're finding partners. Echoing Judgment's smile grew even brighter when he heard Shifeng's words. May I know if you are willing to partner with the Purple Light Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Blackflame? We are willing to show you our absolute sincerity. Partner with you? Shifeng simply revealed a faint smile as he looked at Echoing Judgment. May I know what you can offer us? You should know that there aren't many things that aren't available in the Dark Sanctuary. Yes, I am aware of that. However, Slumber City's local specialty, the Hypersensitivity Potion, is unique in the entire stratified abyssal realm. I'm certain this thing will be of great help to you, Echoing Judgment said, smiling as he took out 20 dark blue potions and handed them to Shifeng. You can check the description yourself if you don't believe me. You can also take these 20 hypersensitivity potions as thanks for helping us. Commander, aren't you giving away too many? Wordless Ember whispered to Echoing Judgment. The hypersensitivity potion was Slumber City's local specialty. Not only could it double players' EXP gain, but it could also put players into a hypersensitive state. When training under the hypersensitive state, players could achieve improvements much more quickly than usual. Moreover, The potion lasted 12 hours and a cooldown of only 2 natural days. The hypersensitivity potion was also the main reason Slumber City's experts were stronger and more numerous than most other cities. However, the hypersensitivity potion had an incredibly low production volume, so even powers based in Slumber City could only acquire a very small amount. Meanwhile, Purple Light could only obtain around 100 bottles each month. No, this is Purple Light's show of sincerity. Moreover, it is thanks to Mr. Blackflame's team that we managed to protect our dark crystals. Echoing Judgment said. Their caravan carried the dark crystals they had gone through great lengths to acquire from several cities. Meanwhile, these dark crystals would allow the Purple Light Chamber of Commerce to elevate its contribution in Slumber City to the next level. Compared to the benefits they stood to gain from these dark crystals, 20 hypersensitivity potions was a small price to pay. Afterward, Echoing Judgment looked toward Sherfong and asked, "May I know if you are interested in this hypersensitivity potion, Mr. Blackflame?" Meanwhile, after Sherfong and the others were done reading the hypersensitivity potion's introduction, their hearts pounded rapidly. They never thought they would come across such a godly item in the stratified abyssal realm. There was no power in God's domain that would complain about having too many experts. It was especially true for experts at the Void Realm standard or above. Although there were many external items in God's domain that could be used to nurture experts, few could match the hypersensitivity potion in terms of efficiency. If they could purchase the hypersensitivity potion in large quantities, the benefits they could gain would be no less than if they managed to recruit the stratified abyssal realms experts into their respective guilds. "We'd be lying if we said we weren't interested in this potion," Sherfong said as he put the hypersensitivity potions into his bag. Then he looked toward Echoing Judgment and asked, "But how does Purple Light plan on trading this potion? Also, how many can you supply? Judging by this item's efficacy, it should be quite difficult to obtain it, right? I'm guessing that its supply should also be very limited. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3107 _ When Sherfong finished speaking, Crimson Heart and Bloodhammer promptly turned to Echoing Judgment. When Sherfong finished speaking, Crimson Heart and Bloodhammer promptly turned to Echoing Judgment. While they didn't know to what extent the hypersensitivity potion could affect players, everything was just like Sherfong said. It was unlikely that an item as precious as the hypersensitivity potion could be produced in large quantities. Naturally, the amount Purple Light would be willing to trade would be even fewer. If Purple Light only offered to trade a few dozen bottles, such a small amount wouldn't mean much to them. You can rest assured of the hypersensitivity potion's volume. Purple Light has many connections in Slumber City, Echoing Judgment said with a faint smile. So long as the price is right, obtaining even 1,000 bottles wouldn't be a problem for Purple Light. Even 1,000 bottles won't be a problem. Sherfong was slightly surprised by Echoing Judgment's claim. At the same time, a look of interest appeared on his face. "May I know how much you plan to sell these hypersensitivity potions for?" If he could get his hands on 1,000 hypersensitivity potions, Zero Wing's main force could achieve significant growth within a short period. This would greatly help in Zero Wing's development. A guild's promotion was closely tied to team dungeons in God's domain. This was because guild promotion orders were mainly found in high-difficulty team dungeons. So, if a guild sought to raise its rank, it would need to have a sufficiently strong main force. The strength of the guild's main force was especially important for a cross-border guild. Unlike the standard guild promotion process, cross-border guilds didn't only require guild promotion orders to get promoted. A cross-border guild also needed to pass the Adventurers Association's strength evaluation. Different from the guild ranking system adopted by the various gods' domain, the Greater Gods' Domain's guild ranking system separated guilds into common, bronze, silver, and gold ranks. Meanwhile, to get from a common guild to a bronze guild, a guild would need to have 100 experts who have reached the World Tower's second floor. In other words, a guild would need to have 100 Void Realm experts to qualify to become a Bronze Guild. In Shi Feng's homeworld, this was a requirement that only a portion of superpowers could fulfill. Meanwhile, the difference between the benefits a common cross-border guild and a bronze cross-border guild enjoyed was massive. This was because guilds could only establish branch guilds and guild settlements in the various cross-border regions after becoming a bronze cross-border guild. This was also why, once a god's domain gained access to the greater god's domain, the gap between superpowers and non-superpowers would only grow larger and larger. 30 dark crystals per bottle or 1 tier 3 dark skill book for 5 bottles. We won't add in any additional charges. We only hope to maintain a long-term partnership with you, Mr. Blackflame, echoing Judgment said sincerely. Of course, you can also provide us with upper-class nobles as offerings. We can offer you 30 hypersensitivity potions per upper-class noble. You won't find a better price than this in Slumber City. Wordless Ember and Sleeping Quicksand were rendered speechless when they heard Echoing Judgment's offer. Like Echoing Judgment said, the Purple Light Chamber of Commerce truly wouldn't be earning any profit from this transaction. They were doing it solely to befriend Shi Feng's team. Upper-class nobles as offerings. Shi Feng nodded after hearing Echoing Judgment's words. Okay, we'll think about it. Shi Feng knew about the dark crystal Echoing Judgment mentioned. It was something similar to the 7 Luminaries crystal in that it contained energy of high purity. However, unlike 7 Luminaries crystals, dark crystals only contain dark energy. In terms of value, the dark crystal was much more valuable than the 7 Luminaries crystal. This was because dark crystals were much rarer in both the various gods' domain and the greater god's domain. It was one of the precious resources that were highly contested among the various powers. If Shi Feng wanted to acquire dark crystals, he could only do so through the stratified abyssal realm. The difficulty of obtaining dark crystals from outside the stratified abyssal realm would only increase and not decrease. As for Tier 3 dark skill books, while obtaining them wasn't difficult, he would need to make a trip back to God's domain, which evidently wasn't possible right now. Thus, the only way Shi Feng could acquire a large number of hypersensitivity potions was most likely through the upper class nobles Echoing Judgment mentioned. Only he lacked information on upper-class nobles. He couldn't ask about upper-class nobles, either, since doing so would most likely expose his lie about being a player from the Dark Sanctuary. Crimson Heart and Bloodhammer also remained silent as they looked at Echoing Judgment. They both understood that they would have to first enter Slumber City and learn more about the stratified abyssal realm before they could start trading with the Purple Light Chamber of Commerce. All right. Please take these. These emblems prove that you are Purple Light's VIP customers, Echoing Judgment said as he took out 20 light purple, diamond-shaped emblems and handed them to Shi Feng. This must be your first time leaving the Dark Sanctuary. After entering the stratified abyssal realms level 100+ maps, you'll first have to pass the Abyssal Tower's strength test if you want to live in an NPC city. Your test results will determine the status you gain in the city, and the level of authority you enjoy will also change with the status. You'll need to gain a civilian status before you are allowed to live in the city. Otherwise, you'll be driven out without question. You have caused Death Curse to suffer significant losses this time, so I'm afraid you'll come into some trouble in Slumber City. However, with Purple Light's VIP customer certification, you can take the Abyssal Tower's test once without paying any city contribution points. So long as you manage to gain a noble status in Slumber City, Death Curse will have difficulty troubling you in the city. If you manage to become upper-class nobles, Death Curse won't dare to recklessly take action against you. Thank you, Shi Feng said, smiling as he accepted the 20 emblems. Although they had ended up offending Slumber City's Death Curse adventurer team for helping the Purple Light Chamber of Commerce, they had managed to save plenty of trouble thanks to Purple Light. They had even learned about the hypersensitivity potion and a few other important pieces of information. Overall, this was a worthwhile transaction. We are only repaying the favor you've done for us, Echoing Judgment said, shaking his head. It is also because of us that you've ended up offending Death Curse. After Feng exchanged a few more pleasantries with Echoing Judgment, he distributed purple lights, VIP customer certifications, and the hypersensitivity potions to his teammates. Then, under Echoing Judgment's invitation, their team followed Purple Light to Slumber City. Stratified Abyssal Realms, Slumber City. On the main street, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, there sat a battle arena that had over 20 floors and occupied an area the size of a sports stadium. Currently, inside one of the battle arena's combat rooms, over a dozen level 115-plus experts, wearing the Temple Knight emblem, laid flat on the ground around a level 118 middle-aged man wielding 2 greatswords. Interesting. He managed to not only scare off Knight Revenant, but also destroy an advanced combat puppet in one hit? The middle-aged man smiled when he read the message he had just received. This level of destructive power is already enough to put him in the top 5 of Slumber City. It's already been 2 years since the top 5 ranks in Slumber City have changed owners. I wonder who is stronger between him and me, and Death Curse's solitary soul? Is there even a need to guess? You're definitely the stronger one, Boss Wolf. With the legacy you obtained, the Shimmering Sword is probably the only person in Slumber City who can match you now. A level 116 young man said reverentially as he sat up from the ground and looked at the middle-aged man named Wolf Emperor. The 5 experts occupying the top 5 ranks of Slumber City's Temple Knight ranking list currently were the city's 3 administrators, Death Curse's Commander Solitary Soul, and Wolf Emperor. Out of these 5 experts, Wolf Emperor was the only person who had climbed to this position without establishing his own organization or relying on others. Search H0 Stead N0 Vel for the original. Because of this, Wolf Emperor had many admirers and followers in Slumber City. That's not necessarily true, Wolf Emperor said, shaking his head. Solitary Soul has already completed the temple trial, and he should have gained a significant harvest. Even I have no idea how strong he has become already. The level 116 youth didn't say anything. He simply thought that Wolf Emperor was being too humble. After all, Wolf Emperor had already converted to a higher race, and his strength could no longer be compared to the past. At this time, the youth suddenly received a message. Then, after reading the message, he quickly said, "Boss, a friend of mine from Death Curse just messaged me. The group of people who defeated Death Curse has already arrived in Slumber City, and Death Curse's 3 vice commanders have already gone to meet them. It seems that they plan to get rid of these people to restore their reputation. Death Curse has always been overbearing, so it's not surprising that they're making a move, especially not after Solitary Soul's recent achievement. But are those 3 planning to act together?" Wolf Emperor grew a little interested when he heard about Death Curse's actions. "Let's go. We're going to take a look as well. Those 3 have never acted together aside from when they tried to stop the Shimmering Sword. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3108 _ Slumber City, Central District. Slumber City, Central District. This city is simply astounding. There are refinement realm experts, and above, walking around everywhere. The shops here are even selling Hall of Fame-level epic equipment. The powers back home will probably lose their minds if they find out about this, Su Qianlu muttered as she looked at the players and shops around her. Probably? More like definitely, Lin Yaoyue said with a bitter smile. I can already feel myself on the verge of a mental breakdown. Lin Yaoyue thought that she had already raised her evaluation of the stratified abyssal realm to a sufficiently great extent after watching the battle between Purple Light and Death Curse. However, after arriving in Slumber City, she quickly realized that she had still underestimated how wide of a gap there existed between their homeworld and the stratified abyssal realm. In their homeworld, refinement realm experts would be treated as a mid-level mainstay at the very least if they joined a first-rate guild. Refinement realm experts were so rare that Mysterious Moon didn't have more than 1,000 such experts under its command. Yet Lin Yaoyue could spot well over 1,000 refinement realm experts just by glancing at the street in front of her. The rarity of Hall of Fame-level epic weapons and equipment was even greater. Even first-rate guilds would only have a very small number of such items. Yet these items were being sold in almost every shop present on Slumber City's main street. Although these items were being sold for demon coins, which was the stratified abyssal realm's main currency, rather than normal coins used in God's domain, the procurement rates of both currencies shouldn't be all too different. Meanwhile, Hall of Fame-level epic weapons could easily go for 5,000 or 6,000 coins if sold in the miniature ancient world. Yet, in Slumber City, these same weapons only cost around 500 or 600 demon coins to purchase. Hall of Fame-level epic equipment was even cheaper, each piece selling for a little over 100 demon coins only. After arriving in Slumber City, Lin Yaoyue suddenly realized that Mysterious Moon, a high and mighty top-tier, first-rate guild, wasn't so high and mighty as she thought. In fact, she couldn't help but doubt whether their homeworld's top-tier, first-rate guilds could match the average adventure team here in strength. According to the information they've learned from Purple Light, the minimum requirement to establish an adventure team in Slumber City was to have at least 3 novice temple knights. Meanwhile, novice temple knights were typically void realm experts or above. Moreover, the minimum requirement to join most adventure teams was to be at the refinement realm standard. At this moment, Lin Yaoyue couldn't even match a novice temple knight in combat standards. Yet, there were well over 10,000 adventure teams in Slumber City. "You don't have to feel dejected," Shifeng said as he looked at Su Qianlu and Lin Yaoyue. "This stratified abyssal realm has existed for at least 40 years already. In a situation where their levels and tiers are being heavily restricted, the only way the players here can grow stronger is by developing their technical skills. In this respect, they are vastly superior to even the super guilds in our God's domain. If you were to experience the same restrictions they face for multiple years, your combat standards wouldn't be any weaker than theirs. Their God's domain had only launched 10 years ago. 10 years might seem like a long time, but it was nothing compared to other God's domains. Their God's domain was no different than an infant compared to some of the older God's domains. The stratified abyssal realm they were currently in had already existed for over 40 years. This meant that this stratified abyssal realm was over 30 years ahead of their God's domain in terms of development. This point alone was enough to give the native players here a massive advantage over the players in their God's domain. "The abyssal tower is just ahead, Mr. Blackflame. We should hurry over there quickly," Echoing Judgment hurriedly said as he pointed at an ancient tower some distance ahead. "I just received a report saying that Death Curse's 3 vice commanders and their subordinates are swiftly making their way to us. You and your team members still do not have official status in Slumber City, while Death Curse's vice commanders and their subordinates are all nobles in Slumber City. They can take direct action against you without having to suffer sanctions from the NPCs. Conversely, if you retaliate against them, the NPCs will take action against you." "Okay," Shifeng said, nodding. Understanding that they were in a rush for time, he quickly led his team toward the abyssal tower, which measured several hundred meters in height. In the stratified abyssal realms NPC cities, NPC guards were essentially invincible existences. This was because even the weakest among them were level 130, Tier 4 NPCs. In contrast, players here couldn't go beyond level 120, Tier 3. Thus, so long as the NPC guards took action, any player they targeted would almost certainly die. If players wished to live safely in Slumber City, they would have to obtain a civilian status first and foremost. With this status, so long as they weren't the ones picking a fight, even players with the noble status could do nothing against them. Shortly after Shifeng and the others entered the abyssal tower and registered for the tower's test, a group of players wearing Death Curse's emblem arrived in the tower's lobby. Meanwhile, the arrival of these players instantly created a commotion in the lobby. "It seems you've moved quite quickly, Judgment," Knight Revenant said to Echoing Judgment when he failed to see Shurfeng's team in the lobby. Then, wearing a sneer, he continued, "It's a pity that your actions are futile. Now that the commander has become a vice city lord in Slumber City, it doesn't matter even if they become nobles. A vice city lord still has the authority to banish them from the city for some time. All they're doing now is delaying the inevitable." Solitary Soul succeeded. Echoing Judgment's expression turned a little ugly when he heard Knight Revenant's words. Echoing Judgment had heard that Solitary Soul, Death Curse's commander, had entered the temple and challenged the temple trial a few days ago. However, the temple trial was incredibly challenging, so much so that only 3 people have managed to pass it thus far. While Solitary Soul was talented, it shouldn't be so easy for him to cross the final hurdle. Not to mention, Solitary Soul had failed the trial only 2 months ago. In Echoing Judgment's opinion, there was no way Solitary Soul could make much progress in just 2 short months. So, it should be highly unlikely that Solitary Soul could clear the temple trial. However, Echoing Judgment had guessed wrongly, which was terrible news for them. With the authority of a Vice City Lord, Solitary Soul could easily banish players with a noble and civilian status from the city for a certain period. Although he could only banish a certain number of players each month, he'd have no problem targeting 20 players. That's right, the commander has already succeeded. "We are only here to keep an eye on those people," Knight Revenant said with a faint smile. "Those outsiders will quickly learn how foolish it is to help Purple Light in Slumber City. Crazy bastards." Echoing Judgment realized that Death Curse was serious about taking action when he saw that more and more Death Curse members were gathering in the lobby. Immediately, he turned to Sleeping Quicksand and said, "Quicksand, take a team to the corroded ruins right away. Commander Laura has been grinding there throughout this period, but communication is prevented there. I need you to look for her and figure out a way to invite her back. So long as Commander Laura can come back before the test ends, Solitary Soul won't dare to recklessly take action." "Understood." Sleeping Quicksand nodded and quickly left the Abyssal Tower with a small team. Their Chamber of Commerce was looking to partner with Shurfeng's team. If Shurfeng's team ended up suffering Death Curse's crazed retaliation because of Purple Light would become a laughingstock in Slumber City in the future. Abyssal Tower, Trial Space. While the situation in the lobby was getting heated, Shurfeng wore a shocked and confused expression after entering the trial space. This was because a series of system notifications had rang in his ears as soon as he entered the trial space. "System, you have entered the trial space. You have 1 natural day to challenge the trial. You will be rewarded based on the floor you reach. You cannot leave the trial space regardless of whether you die or not. However, you are allowed to log off and rest during this time. System, it is detected that your mana body is at the legendary rank. You have fulfilled the condition set by the ancient Abyssal God. Do you wish to challenge the Abyssal Trial to acquire the ancient Abyssal God's legacy? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 181, Mana Suppression. Chapter 181, Mana Suppression, the Ancient Abyssal God's Legacy. The unexpected system notification surprised Shurfeng. The ancient Abyssal God was rumored to be the Abyss's creator and one of the oldest ancient gods. Although the ancient Abyssal God had suddenly disappeared for some unknown reason, some of the power the ancient god had left behind had sparked massive wars in the greater god's domain. Some hegemonic powers had even vanished from the greater god's domain because of these wars. However, rumors also mentioned that the ancient Abyssal God did not leave any legacies behind due to his abrupt disappearance. It was even rumored that the Abyss was only half completed when the ancient Abyssal God disappeared. However, even if it was incomplete, the Abyss still had the strength to clash with the greater god's domain. Feng found it hard to believe that the missing ancient abyssal god had actually left one of his legacies in the stratified abyssal realm. Even though the legacy had an extremely stringent activation condition, it was still unbelievable nonetheless. However, it was also understandable that this legacy had remained undiscovered until now. After all, it was incredibly hard to obtain a legendary mana body. So much so that one couldn't necessarily find even one player with a legendary mana body in an isolated god's domain. The chances of a player obtaining a legendary mana body in the stratified abyssal realm, a place that was severely lacking in legacies and imposed many restrictions on its players, were even lower. The stratified abyssal realms players might have very high combat standards, but they were inferior to the players in Feng's homeworld when it came to mana bodies. Even powerful experts like Echoing Judgment and Sleeping Quicksand only had gold mana bodies, while most other experts in Purple Light only had silver mana bodies. None of them even had an epic mana body, let alone a legendary mana body. System: you have 1 minute to decide whether to accept the abyssal trial. If you fail to decide, you will be given the standard trial by default. Upon hearing this new system notification, Feng dared not hesitate for even a moment longer, as he promptly said, "Yes." Legacies of ancient gods were incredibly rare in the greater god's domain, and even hegemonic powers would have difficulty getting their hands on one. It was also proven that every ancient god's legacy could overturn the status quo in the greater god's domain. Needless to say, the legacy of the ancient abyssal god, one of the oldest ancient gods in existence, wouldn't be in any way inferior in this regard. System: abyssal trial activated. Please kill all of the monsters on the 4th floor in 1 natural day. You will receive the legacy left behind by the ancient abyssal god should you succeed. Kill all of the monsters on the 4th floor in 1 day? That's one difficult challenge. Feng's expression grew heavy when he saw the notification. According to the information Echoing Judgment provided, the abyssal tower had 5 floors. The number and strength of the monsters players faced would increase with each subsequent floor they climbed. Meanwhile, players would gain the civilian status in the city so long as they cleared the 1st floor, the noble status if they cleared the 2nd floor, and the upper-class noble status if they cleared the 3rd floor. Out of the hundreds of millions of players based on Slumber City, those who managed to become upper-class nobles did not exceed 100. Moreover, every one of these upper-class nobles was a veteran player who had honed their strength for many years. As for the 4th floor, not one person in Slumber City had managed to clear it thus far. This was because the Trial Tower's trial wasn't merely a simple test of a player's combat standards, but rather a test of a player's adaptability. Shortly after Feng activated the abyssal trial, the scenery before him changed into a lush, primal forest. A gigantic hourglass had also appeared in the sky above him, showing his remaining time in the trial space. What a powerful mana suppression! After arriving in this primal forest, Feng promptly felt an invisible force suppressing his mana. The suppression was so strong that none of his mana could flow out of his body. Moreover, he found that apart from dark element mana, no other elements were present around him. So that's why there are so few upper-class nobles, even though there are so many 3rd floor experts in the city. Just this mana suppression alone is enough to reduce a player's combat power to 10% or lower. Feng thought in realization. Mana suppression was a much more troublesome penalty than the prohibition of mana usage. The prohibition of mana usage would only prevent players from using skills and spells. However, the suppression of mana would not only prevent players from using skills and spells, but it would also make it incredibly difficult for players to use combat techniques. This was because the constant disruption to the mana inside a player's body would prevent the player from exerting stable and precise control over their bodies. Naturally, executing mana techniques would be even more of an impossible challenge. Meanwhile, if players couldn't use any skills, spells, combat techniques, or mana techniques, they would be left with only normal attacks. In such a situation, one could easily imagine how much of their original combat power players would be left with. Before Sherfong could adapt to this new and hostile environment, two level 110 Great Lord ranked Abyssal Hounds emerged from the surrounding bushes and lunged at him. Abyssal Hound, Demonic Beast, Great Lord, level 110 HP 60 million. Sherfong unsheathed the Winter of Eternal Night and swung it almost instinctively when he sensed the Abyssal Hounds. However, before his attack could connect, the two Abyssal Hounds sensed it and reacted like veteran experts, twisting their bodies in midair and evading the attack with less than half a centimeter to spare. There at the Refinement Realm, Sherfong was stunned by the two Abyssal Hounds' actions. He might not have gone all out with his attack, and there was a slight delay in his execution, but he still had basic attributes at the Tier 4 standard. Even if the Abyssal Hounds were Agility-type Great Lords, they still shouldn't be able to dodge his attack unless they were at the Refinement Realm standard. However, Sherfong didn't have any time to dwell on this matter. While he was in a daze, the two Abyssal Hounds simultaneously activated the Tier 3 skill Flame Roar. Flame Roar was an AoE attack. Sherfong dared not face the attacks head-on, so he promptly sidestepped twice and evaded the Abyssal Hound's Flame Roars. Then he lunged forward and executed a downward strike at the nearest Abyssal Hound. Sherfang's attack, this time, was much faster than before. With the Abyssal Hound's nearly 2-meter-long body, there was no way it could evade the attack in time. Clang! Sparks flew, followed by a metallic clang that echoed throughout the forest. Just when Sherfang's sword was about to hit the Abyssal Hound, the Great Lord had leaped backward with its large frame and deflected the weapon with its front claws. Although the impact had sent the Abyssal Hound flying several meters backward and landing on the ground unsteadily, the Great Lord had lost less than 200,000 HP from the exchange. The Abyssal Hound had 60 million HP, so this damage was nothing. It could recover to full HP once its battle recovery ticked 5 seconds later. It even knows how to deflect attacks. When Sherfong looked at the Abyssal Hound that was baring its fangs at him, he suddenly felt as if he was facing a veteran Refinement Realm expert rather than a dumb monster. Moreover, this was a Refinement Realm expert with the basic attributes of a Tier 3 Great Lord. Before Sherfong could launch another attack, 3 more Abyssal Hounds slowly stepped out of the surrounding bushes and coordinated with the first 2 Abyssal Hounds to form an encirclement around Sherfong. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 30, 110_. When Sherfong looked at the 5 Abyssal Hounds surrounding him, he quickly understood why so many players in Slumber City still didn't have the civilian status. When Sherfong looked at the 5 Abyssal Hounds surrounding him, he quickly understood why so many players in Slumber City still didn't have the civilian status. The Abyssal Tower's first floor trial alone was already pitting players against 5 Great Lords with combat standards at the Refinement Realm. Not to mention, the trial also subjected players to a powerful mana suppression. Even a Refinement Realm expert, fully geared in top-tier epic weapons and equipment, would only meet with death in such a situation. The only way a Refinement Realm expert could conquer the first floor trial was using brute force. Players could not leave the Abyssal Tower even after dying in the trial. Instead, they would be resurrected within the trial space without losing any EXP. In contrast, monsters killed in the trial could not resurrect. Their HP wouldn't even be reset when players died. Instead, they could only recover their HP by relying on their recovery. In other words, they could only recover 2% of their HP every 5 seconds. Thus, if players were sufficiently tenacious and possessed sufficiently high basic attributes, it was theoretically possible for them to complete the first floor trial. Since the monsters will grow stronger the further I progress, I'll use you guys to adapt to this environment first. When Sherfong saw the 5 Abyssal Hounds gradually closing in on him, he didn't take the initiative to attack. Instead, he entered a defensive state and focused on adapting to his current environment. There were only several dozen players who had managed to clear the Abyssal Tower's third floor in Slumber City. Logically, one would assume that every one of these players was a top-ranking Temple Knight. However, that wasn't the case at all. Many of these players weren't even Temple Knights, let alone top-ranking Temple Knights. The reason for this strange phenomenon was because most players in Slumber City had failed to adapt to the Abyssal Tower's combat environment. Conversely, the non-Temple Knight players had learned to adapt to the environment in the Abyssal Tower and maximize the use of their combat power. Adding on the fact that there were no death restrictions, it wasn't exactly impossible for these supposedly weak players to whittle the monsters in the trial to death. Thus, what Shifeng needed to do now was simple: learn to adapt to the trial's environment. If he were to wait until he reached the third or fourth floors to do so, the difficulty would increase drastically. Learning to adapt to the trial's combat environment wasn't a difficult task for Shifeng either. As a Grandmaster Magician, the understanding and control he had over mana were far superior to the average expert. Since the trial was interfering with the flow of his mana, what he needed to do was figure out a way to make his mana flow along with this powerful interference. Of course, accomplishing this feat was easier said than done. It was especially so since he was currently in combat. Meanwhile, with each subsequent attempt Shifeng made to adapt to the interference, the flow of mana in his body also became smoother and smoother. After the trial went on for a little over an hour, Shifeng suddenly swung his sword and sent the 5 abyssal hounds flying over a dozen meters away. He also left a bone-deep wound in each of the Great Lords and caused them to lose over 1,000,000 HP. Sure enough, I managed to recover a good portion of my strength after adapting the flow of my mana to this mana suppression. Although I can only use 60% of my usual strength, using basic combat techniques from time to time shouldn't be a problem anymore, Shifeng thought as he looked at the damage he had caused to the Abyssal Hounds. Then he turned his gaze to the Winter of Eternal Night in his hand and furrowed his brows, thinking, but why does this new flow pattern look like it's trying to draw a magic array inside my body? He wouldn't have noticed this little detail if it were before he had become a primal human and gained the eyes of reality. However, thanks to his enhanced senses, he could clearly feel that the flow of the dark mana within him was being used to outline a very complicated magic array. Moreover, this magic array was so ingeniously designed that its construction did not affect the flow of the dark mana within him in the slightest. It was essentially watching someone using the existing parts in a machine to perform an entirely different action without modifying the parts. The complexity of this magic array is roughly at the master standard. With the current control I have, I should be able to replicate it. After pondering for a moment, Shifeng decided to try drawing the magic array. Based on his observation, this magic array was designed to operate with dark mana specifically. It could not accommodate any of the other elements at all. This meant that players would need to draw the magic array using dark mana only. The level of control required to accomplish this task was so high that even experts with mana domains would find it incredibly challenging. Fortunately, the Abyssal Tower's environment had greatly suppressed the flow of the other elements. So, Shifeng had a much easier time manipulating the dark mana within his body. Subsequently, Shifeng resumed evading the Abyssal Hound's attacks while drawing that special magic array using his dark mana. His first attempt failed. His second attempt also failed. Although Shifeng faced failure after failure, each failed attempt also increased his familiarity with the drawing process. Initially, he could only draw the magic array's contour. However, gradually he started producing magic arrays with great clarity. After a little over a dozen hours and several hundred failed attempts later, success! After evading the attack of an Abyssal Hound, Shifeng suddenly opened his eyes and swung his sword. This time, Shifeng did not sense any suppression coming from his surrounding environment. On the contrary, his body felt much lighter than normal. He even had a feeling that his body had merged with the surrounding space. When Shifeng swung his sword, a dark light briefly enveloped the weapon before it connected with the Abyssal Hound. Immediately afterward, The great lord got sent flying over 100 meters away like a rag doll, its HP falling by 10%. What a powerful amplification effect! Shi Feng was greatly surprised as he looked at the dissipating dark light surrounding the winter of eternal night. This magic array can forcibly increase the strength of a player's mana? The biggest difference that separated players of different tiers was the strength of their mana. The higher a player's tier, the stronger the mana within their body would become. Meanwhile, the stronger a player's mana, the greater the destructive power they could exhibit with their attacks. It was similar to how the spells of magical class players would become more powerful when cast in an environment with dense mana. Yet, the Trial Space's magic array could forcibly increase the strength of a player's mana. Although the magic array's effect required an environment rich in dark mana to achieve peak performance, it was amazing nonetheless. After all, apart from some rare weapons, equipment, and tools, the only other way players could increase the strength of their mana was by increasing their tier. Yet, this magic array allowed players to achieve a similar effect without having to rely on anything aside from their bodies. This magic array would shake even the greater god's domain if its existence was made known. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 30, 111 _ after Shi Feng heavily injured one of the Abyssal Hounds. The 4 other Abyssal Hounds seemingly got stimulated as they stopped executing any evasive maneuvers. Instead, they began frenziedly trading blow for blow with Shi Feng. As soon as Shi Feng attacked one Abyssal Hound, the other 3 promptly moved to his sides and either tried to bite him or attack him with Tier 3 skills and spells. After Shi Feng heavily injured one of the Abyssal Hounds, the 4 other Abyssal Hounds seemingly got stimulated as they stopped executing any evasive maneuvers. Instead, they began frenziedly trading blow for blow with Shi Feng. As soon as Shi Feng attacked one Abyssal Hound, the other 3 promptly moved to his sides and either tried to bite him or attack him with Tier 3 skills and spells. This reckless way of fighting was one of the tactics players used most frequently in PvP. It was also the most troublesome fighting method for players to deal with. Meanwhile, if the Abyssal Hounds were to employ this strategy against a Refinement Realm expert of the same level, the expert would have no choice but to trade life for life if they wanted to clear the trial. This is a good decision. Unfortunately, it is useless against me. Shi Feng smiled as he looked at the 3 Abyssal Hounds attacking him. Immediately, he switched his footwork and activated the Tier 3 skill Dispersing Slash. After drawing the magic array in his body, Shi Feng could feel the mana suppression acting on him losing 80% of its effect. In his current state, not only could he use combat techniques normally, but he could also use skills and spells. Though, due to the surrounding environment, the effects of his skills and spells would be weakened significantly. Immediately, several dozen sword lights shot out to Shi Feng's surroundings. Every one of these sword lights destabilizing the space around them as they pierced through the 3 Abyssal Hounds. Boom, boom, boom. Once the sword lights disappeared, the forest around Shi Feng became littered with small craters. As for the 3 Abyssal Hounds, each of them lost over 10 million HP and fell into a heavily injured state. Even an ordinary Tier 3 player could kill them effortlessly in their current state. The magic array increased my destructive power to such an extent. Shi Feng was astonished when he saw how his attack had heavily injured the Abyssal Hounds and deformed the surrounding terrain. Isn't this power already close to the level of a Tier 4 skill used by an actual Tier 4 player? The reason there was a massive gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 players was because the destructive power the two could exhibit were on entirely different levels. It was true that Tier 3 players were akin to superhumans. However, when it came to destructive power, Tier 3 players were only at the level of destroying large boulders with their attacks. However, upon reaching Tier 4, players would have the ability to single-handedly destroy an entire city. Meanwhile, Shi Feng undoubtedly possessed this ability already. In addition to having basic attributes and physique rivaling Tier 4 players, The strength of his mana was also at the Tier 4 standard now. The only difference that separated him from an actual Tier 4 player now was his lack of Tier 4 skills and spells. At this moment, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a pseudo-Tier 4 Sword Emperor. Subsequently, Shifeng defeated all 5 Abyssal Hounds in under 30 seconds, received a huge amount of EXP, and leveled up to level 111 directly. After Shifeng defeated the 5 Abyssal Hounds on the first floor, the scenery around him instantly changed, and he found himself standing on a desolate wasteland facing a bunch of Grand Lord ranked Minotaurs. Meanwhile, as soon as these large Minotaurs saw Shifeng, they promptly attacked him with their tridents. While time passed inside the Abyssal Tower, the number of players gathered in the Abyssal Tower's lobby also continued increasing. What's going on? Why are all of Death Curse's experts here? It's not just Death Curse. Purple Light has also gathered all of its experts. Could they be planning on fighting here? I heard that Death Curse tried to rob Purple Light's caravan and failed. On top of that, Death Curse also lost an advanced combat puppet. This is a huge loss for Death Curse, since losing that advanced combat puppet was no different than losing one of its minds. It'd be strange if Death Curse didn't try to take revenge for this loss. It's not Purple Light that destroyed Death Curse's advanced combat puppet. I heard that it was the doing of a group of outsiders. No wonder Death Curse has mobilized so many people. Death Curse has always vied to become the 4th-ranking power in Slumber City. Now that Solitary Soul has become a Vice City Lord, he's probably thinking of putting on a show of force by dealing with those outsiders. Quick look, Wolf Emperor is here. When the players in the lobby saw how many experts were gathered in the Abyssal Tower, they faintly realized that the status quo in Slumber City might be changing today. It was especially true after they saw Wolf Emperor, one of Slumber City's top 5 experts, making an appearance. Why is Wolf Emperor here? Knight Revenant's expression turned somber when he looked at the middle-aged man carrying 2 great swords on his back. Wolf Emperor. This was a name known by every player operating in Slumber City. He was also the role model for the many independent experts in Slumber City. Wolf Emperor had merely been your average refinement realm expert 20 years ago. Wolf Emperor had also been in his 30s already at the time, so one could say that he had already reached the limits of his potential. The best he could hope for with his slowed growth was to reach the flowing water realm in this lifetime. However, that wasn't what had happened at all. Unlike the average genius who'd shined from a young age, Wolf Emperor was the very definition of a late bloomer. He had reached the Void Realm at 40, the Domain Realm at 45, and Slumber City's top 50 rankings at 50. Now, at the age of 54, Wolf Emperor had become publicly acknowledged as one of Slumber City's top 5 experts. Moreover, Wolf Emperor didn't become famous just by growing stronger at a late age. He had also grown his fame through a series of battles. Wolf Emperor was a living inspiration for many players who were either deemed to have no talent or exhausted their potential. In fact, some of the current Temple Knights in Slumber City had only gained their current status because of the motivation they received from looking at Wolf Emperor's achievements. Hence, Wolf Emperor had become a living legend in Slumber City, and many Temple Knight-level experts had willingly become his followers. Although Wolf Emperor had never established an organization of his own, he was the player with the most Temple Knight-level experts under his command. Wolf Emperor himself was also an upper-class noble, an existence inferior to only Slumber City's 3 administrators. Now that Wolf Emperor had shown up in the Abyssal Tower, Knight Revenant would be delusional if he said that Wolf Emperor's appearance wouldn't affect Death Curse's plans. While Knight Revenant was having a headache over Wolf Emperor's appearance, a dark figure suddenly appeared in the lobby. This dark figure moved silently. However, the instant this dark figure appeared, everyone in the lobby felt chills crawling down their backs. Some Temple Knight-level experts even stepped back, their minds subconsciously telling them to keep their distance from this dark figure. "Commander!" When Knight Revenant saw this dark figure, confidence surged within him once more. This was because this dark figure was none other than Solitary Soul, the commander of the Death Curse Adventure Team and Slumber City's publicly acknowledged #1 expert. What's the situation? Solitary Soul asked Knight Revenant in a low voice. They'll be coming out soon. Once they come out, we'll lock onto them immediately and ensure that none of them can hide their names or run away. Knight Revenant reported respectfully. While Slumber City's various powers and experts were gradually gathering in the Abyssal Tower, Sherfong had finally defeated the last mythic-ranked twin-headed flying dragon on the Abyssal Tower's 4th floor. At the same time, his level had also gone up from 112 to 113. Thank goodness I'm a pseudo-tier 4 right now. Otherwise, it'd be impossible to clear this 4th floor. Sherfong breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the 9 twin-headed flying dragons around him. He had to die several times to eliminate all 9 of these mythic monsters. The twin-headed flying dragons had 2 billion HP each. If his mana hadn't been strengthened to the Tier 4 standard, he would have never been able to kill all 9 of these mythic monsters. After all, even with his mana strengthened, he could only deal a few million damage with his Tier 3 skills and spells. Even a solid blow with a bronze combat technique only allowed him to deal 4 to 5 million damage. Meanwhile, along with the collapse of the final twin-headed flying dragon, a system notification rang in Sherfang's ears. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 31, 12_system. Congratulations! You have completed the Abyssal Trial and gained the Abyssal Tower's recognition, rewarding the Abyss Legatee title. System, congratulations! You have completed the Abyssal Trial and gained the Abyssal Tower's recognition, rewarding the Abyss Legatee title. System, with the Abyss Legatee title, you will enjoy status equivalent to a magistrate in any city in the stratified Abyssal Realm. In addition, all Dark-type monsters within a 200-yard radius of you will be weakened by 30%. System, you have activated the mythical quest Twilight of the Gods. A mythical quest? Sherfang's mind blanked out when he saw the system notifications, his mind having difficulty believing this to be true. In the world of God's domain, even epic quests were already enough to cause Apex experts to grow ecstatic. This was because the rewards of any epic quest could offer even Tier 5 experts to achieve qualitative improvements, the rewards ranging anywhere from fragmented legendary items to powerful legacy items. However, epic quests were both loved and hated by players. This was because players would be given a severe penalty should they fail to complete an epic quest. Some epic quests could even ruin a player's whole account. As for legendary quests, which were one rank above epic quests, they could cause an entire god's domain to go crazy. This was because any legendary quest could rewrite the status quo in an entire god's domain. The completion of a legendary quest could easily result in the birth of a new superpower. Hence, even Tier 6 god-ranked experts were constantly searching for clues relating to legendary quests. As for mythical quests, which were one rank above legendary quests, the chances of one appearing in a god's domain was almost zero. This was because quests of this rank could affect the entire greater god's domain. In the greater god's domain, standing above the various peak powers and hegemonic powers were apex powers. How powerful were apex powers exactly? Any power that dared to bare its fangs against an apex power would disappear from the greater god's domain. Either that, or they would choose to submit under a different apex power. There was no third option. Meanwhile, the main reason the greater god's domain's apex powers were able to achieve their current positions was because every one of them had completed a mythical quest. Thanks to the mythical quest they completed, they were able to establish foundations and gain power beyond the imagination of the various hegemonic powers. Unfortunately, mythical quests were exceedingly rare, So much so that the various hegemonic powers were willing to pay one legendary item just for a clue that could potentially lead to a mythical quest. During Shifeng's previous life, he had spent several years just to find a few clues relating to mythical quests. Even then, his findings were more than enough to cause the various top-tier hegemonic powers to grow envious. After all, those top-tier hegemonic powers were only short of one mythical quest to become an apex power. Yet now, Shifeng had directly activated a mythical quest. Shortly after the system, notifications appeared. A gigantic shadow figure suddenly appeared in front of Shifeng. The instant this shadowy figure appeared, Shifeng felt an unprecedented power bearing down on his body. This power was so strong that it made the divine might of Tier 6 gods look insignificant in comparison. Right now, Shifeng had a feeling that the shadowy figure before him could erase his entire existence with just a thought. Even Tier 6 gods would probably have difficulty moving before this shadowy figure. "You've done a good job completing the abyssal trial, little life form," the shadowy figure said as he nodded at Shifeng. "But you are still too weak to obtain my legacy. Even holding on to my legacy might cause you to suffer unimaginable disasters in God's domain. If you wish to inherit my legacy, you will need to obtain one item first. Find the original at H*Stead Novel. Obtain one item." Shifeng wasn't all too surprised by the shadowy figure's claim that his legacy would bring unimaginable disasters. The shadowy figure might only be a phantom of his real self, but he was already the strongest existence Shifeng had met to date. If the shadowy figure appeared with his real body, Shifeng couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful the other party would be. So, the difficulty of obtaining the shadowy figure's legacy would naturally be incredibly high. "Yes, I'll leave this item with you. Figure out a way to restore its power. Only after it has recovered can it help you inherit my legacy." After saying so, the shadowy figure waved his hand and summoned a pitch-black ancient tome in front of Shifeng. Unlike the average book, this ancient tome exuded an aura rivaling that of Tier 6 gods. An ordinary Tier 3 expert couldn't even get near this ancient tome, let alone hold it with their hands. The 7 Luminaries Codex. Shifeng was dumbfounded when he received the ancient tome. Current players of God's domain were most likely unfamiliar with the 7 Luminaries Codex. Even the various super guilds were unlikely to know about it. At best, they would know about the 7 Luminary Scripture. The complete 7 Luminaries Scripture's value could be said to be above legendary items. This was because the Scripture contained many forbidden magic arrays. With the complete Scripture in hand, players could even use craftsman-rank magic arrays to seal Tier 6 God-ranked experts. However, the 7 Luminary Scripture was only a replica of the 7 Luminaries Codex. Even the 7 treasures that existed in God's domain were merely items the 3 goddesses made to replicate the Codex. Of course, the 7 Luminaries Codex, before Shifeng, wasn't the complete version. Instead, it was only a fragmented item, or, more specifically, it was the Codex's general outline. It was rumored that the 7 Luminaries Codex was one of the godly relics that had existed since the birth of God's domain. It was also rumored that it had the power to destroy an entire God's domain. Of course, these were merely the descriptions recorded in the Greater God's Domain's Great Galaxy Library. Whether these descriptions were true or false, nobody knew. This was because nobody had managed to obtain even the smallest of clues regarding the 7 Luminaries Codex throughout the several hundred years the Greater God's Domain had existed. First, find a way to recover its power. We will meet again once it is fully recovered. However, you best restore it as soon as possible since it won't last long with its current power. If you cannot find the 7 remaining fragments in time, it will disappear completely with no hope of restoration, the shadowy figure said before disappearing. Before Shifeng could say anything, another system notification rang in his ears. "System, congratulations. You have accepted the mythical quest Twilight of the Gods. Quest content: restore the 7 Luminaries Codex before its power fades completely. Rewards unknown. Penalties unknown. Sure enough, I don't have any refusal rights. Sure Fong didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he looked at the 7 Luminaries Codex in his hands. The 7 Luminaries Codex was a bona fide godly relic. If he managed to fully restore it, even Tier 6 God-ranked experts would have to run if they saw him. Even Tier 6 God-ranked experts with legendary weapons were no exception. Of course, this great power came with a correspondingly great price. If he failed to complete this mythical quest, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even account deletion would probably be considered the lightest penalty for failing a mythical quest. Thinking up to this point, Shurfong couldn't help but tap his finger on the 7 Luminaries Codex, eager to see what was on the 7 Luminaries Codex's attribute panel. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 30, 113_Shurfong couldn't help but gasp when he finished reading the 7 Luminaries Codex's attribute panel. Shurfong couldn't help but gasp when he finished reading the 7 Luminaries Codex's attribute panel. What powerful skills! As expected of a godly relic birthed alongside God's domain. I can't believe it has such power even in its current fragmented state. 7 Luminaries Codex, legendary rank current. One of the godly relics birthed along with God's domain. The 7 Luminaries Codex carries 7 powers of creation. Currently, the Codex has been deprived of all 7 of these powers and only retains a small trace of eternal energy. Only by collecting all 7 powers can the Codex's power be restored. Cannot be destroyed, cannot be traded, cannot be dropped. The eternal energy in the Codex will dissipate over time. Currently, there are 365 days remaining until the Codex's energy dissipates completely. Additional active skill 1, Omni-Refinement. Refine all elements and substances unconditionally. No cooldown. Additional active skill 2, Elemental Search. Reveal all mineral veins within a 100,000-yard radius. Cooldown 1 natural day. Additional passive skill 7 Luminaries Guidance. Automatically detects fragments of the 7 Luminaries Codex within a 1,000,000-yard radius. Omni-Refinement's ability to refine all elements and substances was a power that every power in God's domain would yearn to obtain. For lifestyle players, Omni-Refinement was a godly ability. The process of refining materials was the foundation of any production process. It was also the most important step in manufacturing an item. Moreover, the higher the rank of an item, the more difficult the refining process would be, and the lower the success rate would be. However, Omni-Refinement could complete this step with perfection. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that players could get rich just by relying on the Omni-Refinement skill. For example, players could refine magic crystals into mana stones. Typically, this was a process that required a master alchemist. Meanwhile, in addition to the material cost of 100 magic crystals per mana stone, master alchemists would also charge 2 magic crystals for their labor, since the refinement process involved time and energy. However, with the 7 Luminaries Codex, Shurfong could refine 100 magic crystals into a mana stone with the push of a button, his efficiency many times greater than the average master alchemist. Even if he charged others a labor cost of only 1 magic crystal per mana stone, he could still make a killing. After all, he'd only need, at most, 1 second to produce a mana stone. That meant he could earn 1 magic crystal per second. With there being 48 hours a day in God's domain, he could easily earn up to 170,000 magic crystals per day. In the current miniature ancient world, 170,000 magic crystals were already the daily magic crystal income of a first-rate guild. Aside from Omni-Refinement, Elemental Search was also a skill that could cause the various powers in God's domain to lose their minds. Even the greater god's domain's various powers were no exception. Whether it was the production of items or the construction of settlements, both required a large amount of ores. Meanwhile, the most reliable way of obtaining ores was through mining mineral veins. However, mineral veins were extremely rare in God's domain, and even the most common copper veins and iron veins could cause powers to go to war with each other. This was because every mineral vein had a chance of magic stones. It was simply a question of how big the production volume was. Meanwhile, magic stones were one of the basic materials needed in the construction of towns and cities. It was also used to produce various daily items and furniture. Hence, the demand for magic stones was always higher than its supply, and mineral veins were highly contested among the various powers. In addition, the higher a mineral vein's rank, the rarer it would be. Veins capable of producing magic crystals had even become a symbol of wealth and strength for guilds. After all, no matter how powerful a guild settlement was, the amount of magic crystals it could generate per day couldn't hold a candle to even the most common magic crystal-generating vein. With the elemental search skill, it would become much easier for Zero Wing to search for mineral veins. So this is why none of the greater god's domain's peak and hegemonic powers stand a chance against the various apex powers. Just this damaged 7 Luminaries Codex is already enough to elevate a hegemonic power's strength to the next level. An apex power with a complete godly relic simply isn't an opponent any peak or hegemonic power can hope to compete against. Shifeng thought to himself as he looked at the 7 Luminaries Codex. Although Shifeng had long since known that the greater god's domain's apex powers were not existences to be trifled with, only now did he understand just how frightening those apex powers were. It should be known that only 99 godly relics had existed at God's domain's birth, and every one of them possessed different functions. Out of those 99 godly relics, the 7 Luminaries Codex only ranked 45th according to the godly relic ranking list kept in the Great Galaxy Library. Yet, some of the greater god's domain's apex powers were in possession of godly relics, ranked within the top 30. Moreover, the amount of time these apex powers had existed far surpassed the various superpowers in his homeworld. According to his knowledge, the youngest apex power in the greater god's domain had risen to its position over 600 years ago. In other words, this apex power was already in possession of a godly relic for over 600 years. Just thinking about the advantages this apex power had racked up using its godly relic throughout all these years sent shivers down Shifeng's spine. Not to mention, this was only the youngest apex power in the greater god's domain. There were still apex powers that had existed for a much longer time, such as the 7 Luminaries Alliance. A year? Shifeng couldn't help but frown when he saw the timer displayed on the attribute panel. It seems I'll have to enter the greater god's domain as soon as possible. Although Shifeng knew the clue for another mythical quest, and said mythical quest was related to a top 30 godly relic, he would need to reach tier 5 first to get a hold of this clue. There was also no saying whether this clue was reliable or not. Hence, it would be much more realistic to rely on the 7 Luminaries Codex for his rise in God's domain. However, the 7 Luminaries Codex's fragments were scattered across the greater God's domain, and finding them would be incredibly challenging. This was the case even with the help of the 7 Luminaries guidance skill. Fortunately, his quest only required him to restore the 7 Luminaries Codex, not to restore it within a year. While the Codex might run out of energy in a year, so long as he managed to find one of the Codex's fragments within a year, he should be able to restore some of the Codex's energy and extend his quest time limit. I guess I have no choice but to take things one step at a time. Shifeng sighed when he thought about the challenges that awaited him in the future. Then he carefully put the 7 Luminaries Codex into his bag, called up the trial's interface, and chose to leave the trial space. Although he only needed to find one fragment for now, it was still an incredibly challenging task. The greater God's domain was simply massive. Out of the 12 starfields that existed in the greater God's domain, Just one star field already contained over 1,000 gods' domains. Trying to find a fragment in these many gods' domains was no different than finding a needle in a haystack. TL notes, 1. Players could refine magic crystals into mana stones. I guess the author forgot that he used to categorize refinement and synthesis separately. The process of turning magic crystals into mana stones used to be considered synthesis in the past. An example of refinement and synthesis being categorized separately. Chapter 374, Philosopher's Stone Active Effect. Due to being damaged, the Philosopher's Stone possesses less than a seventh of its original strength. It can only be used for alchemical conversion, elemental refinement, alchemical synthesis, and elemental strengthening. 2. Changes made to Chapter 184. This was because nobody had managed to obtain even the smallest of clues regarding the 7 Luminaries Codex throughout the several hundred years the Greater God's domain had existed. This was because nobody had managed to obtain even the smallest of clues regarding the 7 Luminaries Codex throughout the past several hundred years. Edit reason. I'm leaving this part vague since this chapter mentions that even the youngest apex power had risen to its position over 600 years ago. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3114 TL notes. Changed Shimmering Sword to Glimmering Sword for reasons. Slumber City, Abyssal Towers Lobby. Everyone from our main force is here now, Commander. The outer team's 600-plus Novice Temple Knights have also finished gathering outside the city. With this, Purple Light will be utterly powerless to protect those people, Knight Revenant reported to Solitary Soul. Then he smiled and added, if Purple Light's members dare to intervene outside the city, we'll make it so that none of them can return to the city alive. The Purple Light Chamber of Commerce might be one of Slumber City's peak powers, but it had the fewest Temple Knights and Novice Temple Knights out of all the peak powers in Slumber City. More specifically, Purple Light had fewer than 30 Temple Knights and a little over 300 Novice Temple Knights. The only reason Purple Light was even considered a peak power was because of its wide business connections. Purple Light had trade deals with even the peak powers of several neighboring cities. Because of these connections, Purple Light had the most combat puppets out of all powers in Slumber City, its combat puppet count exceeding 100. If a Novice Temple Knight was given control of a basic combat puppet, they could exhibit combat power rivaling official Temple Knights. However, Purple Light's combat puppets were typically reserved for the protection of important resource nodes, and few of its combat puppets were stationed in Slumber City. Meanwhile, the transportation of combat puppets was incredibly troublesome since they couldn't be stored in ordinary spatial bags. Only epic spatial bags could store combat puppets, and the average epic spatial bag could store around 10 combat puppets. However, epic spatial bags were rarer and more expensive than even fragmented legendary items, and Purple Light only had a few of them. Not to mention, Purple Light's combat puppets were still needed to defend its resource nodes. All in all, the combat power Purple Light could afford to mobilize in Slumber City was at most around a dozen Temple Knights and 100 Novice Temple Knights. Good. Have everyone get ready. Those people should be coming out soon, Solitary Soul said, nodding. Wolf Emperor's side remains a problem, Commander. Seeing as Wolf Emperor is still here, it's clear that he plans on watching. If he decides to help the other side in a crucial moment, we'll most likely have difficulty taking down those people, Knight Revenant said as he warily glanced at the middle-aged man drinking alcohol at the distant bar. In addition to being one of the top 5 experts of Slumber City, Wolf Emperor also had around 50 Temple Knight-level experts following him. If he decided to help Purple Light side, it would put Death Curse at a considerable disadvantage. Ignore him. That battle maniac has already promised not to intervene on the condition that I duel him afterward, Solitary Soul said nonchalantly. He's growing restless already. Knight Revenant couldn't help but take a few extra glances at Wolf Emperor when he heard Solitary Soul's words. It was widely known that Wolf Emperor was a battle maniac. It was also obvious that Wolf Emperor had already converted to a higher race, so his strength must have seen significant improvements. Although Knight Revenant had guessed that Wolf Emperor would challenge the other top 5 experts of Slumber City after making these improvements, he didn't think that the other party would make a move so soon. It's fine. Even if he didn't come to find me, I would have gone to find him for a duel sooner or later, Solitary Soul said, a trace of fighting spirit surfacing in his eyes. Slumber City's 3 administrators were extremely elusive and hard to meet. Although Solitary Soul had recently become one of Slumber City's administrators, he still had no idea how strong he was compared to the other top 5 experts. He also didn't know whether he could become the strongest expert in the city, so he needed to test his strength against a sufficiently strong opponent. However, out of the 4 other top 5 experts, 3 were Slumber City's administrators, and all 3 were extremely elusive and hard to meet. This left only Wolf Emperor as a potential opponent for Solitary Soul. Now that Wolf Emperor had taken the initiative to challenge him, it couldn't be better news for him. While Solitary Soul and Knight Revenant were talking, a commotion suddenly erupted in the lobby. Immediately, Solitary Soul, Knight Revenant, and the other Death Curse members turned toward the source of the commotion. At this time, the crowd in the lobby suddenly moved aside and opened up a path for a woman with long, light blue hair. The woman wore a silver crown on her head, covered her body in silvery white light armor, and carried a beautiful long sword that gave off a light blue sheen around her waist. The woman looked like a goddess of war as she slowly walked down the aisle created by the crowd. The glimmering sword. I must be hallucinating. Why is the glimmering sword here? Crap. What day is it today? I can't believe 3 out of Slumber City's 5 hegemons have gathered in the Abyssal Tower. Many players in the lobby widened their eyes in shock when they saw the level 120 woman with light blue hair appearing in the Abyssal Tower. Lauder Crater. In addition to being the owner of the nickname Glimmering Sword, Laura Crater was also publicly recognized as the most talented individual Slumber City had seen in the past few decades. Unlike Wolf Emperor, who had carved his legacy in Slumber City step by step, Laura Crater had appeared very abruptly. By the time people learned about her existence, she had already defeated the 2 administrators of Slumber City at the time and became Slumber City's #1 expert. Good. Quicksand made it in time. Echoing Judgment breathed a deep sigh of relief when he saw Laura Crater appearing in the lobby. Unlike what most people assumed, the Purple Light Chamber of Commerce wasn't subordinated to Laura Crater. Instead, Lauder Crater owed Purple Light a favor due to the help Purple Light had offered her many years ago. Hence, Laura Crater publicly announced that Purple Light was under her protection. It was also because of Lauder Crater's announcement that most powers in Slumber City dared not provoke Purple Light throughout all these years. Death Curse was the only exception since the adventure team sought to dominate the entire Slumber City. Glimmering Sword. I didn't think you would make an appearance for Purple Light. It seems I have underestimated Purple Light's place in your heart, Solitary Soul said, a hint of astonishment in his eyes when he saw Laura Crater approaching him. I owe Purple Light a huge favor. Now that Purple Light needs my help, I naturally won't stand by and do nothing, Laura Crater said as she looked at Solitary Soul calmly. I'll get to the point. Give up on targeting those people. Otherwise, our 2 adventure teams will have no choice but to go to war. After Laura Crater finished speaking, the lobby fell silent as everyone stared at her in surprise. They didn't think that the Glimmering Sword would be willing to go to war with Death Curse for the sake of some outsiders. Laura Crater's Glimmer Adventure team might be powerful, but Death Curse was no pushover. If the 2 adventure teams went to war, both sides would suffer severe losses. What a wonderful threat! Solitary Soul laughed. Unfortunately, there is nothing you can do to stop those people from dying today. Moreover, I'm very curious to test whether you really are as strong as the rumors make you out to be." After Solitary Soul finished speaking, the intensity of his aura suddenly spiked. Immediately, most of the players present, including Echoing Judgment and the others, felt their hearts constrict in fear. Tier 4. Echoing Judgment couldn't help but look at Solitary Soul in disbelief. How can his aura be at the Tier 4 standard? Tier 4 was a tier no player in the stratified abyssal realm could reach. However, Echoing Judgment wasn't a stranger to a Tier 4 existence's aura because he had watched a fight between Tier 4 NPCs in the past. Meanwhile, the aura Solitary Soul currently radiated was just as strong as the aura those Tier 4 NPCs exuded. He got himself a piece of legendary equipment. Wolf Emperor thought as he looked at Solitary Soul, a hint of fear and excitement appearing in his eyes. "This is interesting. I didn't think that old fox had kept so much strength hidden. With this, even the glimmering sword will have trouble against him." Wolf Emperor would often wander around picking fights. So, this wasn't the first time he had come across a player with a Tier 4 aura. While silence enveloped the lobby, multiple streaks of light suddenly appeared in the Abyssal Tower's teleportation hall, signifying that someone had just completed their test in the tower. Meanwhile, these people were none other than Shurfong and his team. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3115 _ Once the flashes of light disappeared, the figures in the Abyssal Tower's teleportation hall entered the sights of everyone in the lobby. Once the flashes of light disappeared, the figures in the Abyssal Tower's teleportation hall entered the sights of everyone in the lobby. Are they the player's death curse is targeting? How pitiful these people are. I doubt even the glimmering sword can protect them now. They asked for it. Out of everyone they could have provoked, they just had to choose death curse. Things would have never turned out like this had they not chosen to help Purple Light. I heard that Death Curse had prepared a death curse for these people. So long as these people get banished out of the city, Death Curse's members will immediately place this curse on them. If they get killed with this curse in effect, not only will they lose 3 levels, but they'll also have a high chance of dropping the items on their bodies and in their bags. If they get killed a couple of times with this curse and fall below level 100, they will be forcibly sent back to the starting zone. If that happened, they'd have to compete for those few teleportation slots all over again if they want to enter level 100 plus maps again. It took me half a year to secure a teleportation slot for myself back then. Now that the starting zone's player population has grown larger, getting a teleportation slot has become even more difficult. My nephew is still stuck in the starting zone, even after struggling for over a year. When the spectating crowd saw Shurfong and his teammates appearing in the lobby, they couldn't help but look at Shurfeng's team sympathetically. Laura Crater's arrival might have surprised everyone, but judging by the current situation, the mighty glimmering sword might have trouble keeping her position as Slumber City's #1 expert today. Needless to say, she'd be even more powerless to protect Shurfeng's team. In addition, Solitary Soul was now a Vice City Lord in Slumber City. Although Laura was similarly a Vice City Lord, she did not have the right to stop Solitary Soul from banishing other players from the city. Hence, Laura could only threaten Solitary Soul and figure out a way to make him give up on targeting Shurfeng's team. Revenant, identify their names, Solitary Soul said, smirking as he looked at Shurfeng's team. Roger. Night Revenant also smirked as he said, "Everyone do it!" After Night Revenant finished speaking, multiple Death Curse members hiding among the crowd crushed the crystal rune in their hands. Immediately afterward, a magic array appeared in the eyes of these Death Curse members, the magic array giving their eyes a golden glow. Holy Seal's eye? Shurfong was quite surprised as he looked at the Death Curse members with glowing golden eyes. Holy Seal's eye was an incredibly precious Master Rank identification skill. Not only could it see through the black cloak's concealment effects, but it could also see through high-ranking disguises. Most importantly, Holy Eye's seal could be used to analyze master magic arrays and above, assisting players in decoding the various magic barriers in God's domain. This ability was especially crucial when players were raiding ancient ruins. Out of the many ancient ruins that existed in God's domain, most of them would have some sort of barrier that prevented players from entering. Meanwhile, players could only enter these ruins after cracking these barriers. Hence, a Holy Seals I could easily sell for the price of a level 100 epic weapon in God's domain. Meanwhile, to obtain their Real IDs, Death Curse had used 20 Holy Seals I. If the various powers of God's domain were to learn of this, they would definitely curse at Death Curse's prodigal behavior. "We've verified their IDs already, Commander," Knight Revenant said as he sent the IDs of Sure Feng's team members to Solitary Soul. Then he turned to look at Sure Feng's team with a gleeful look. "Damn it!" Echoing Judgment's complexion turned ashen when he saw Death Curse's members using as many as 20 Holy Seals I. He didn't think that Death Curse would go to such lengths to get revenge on Sure Feng's team. So long as Solitary Soul managed to find out the IDs of Sure Feng's team members, he could easily get them banished from Slumber City using his privileges as a Vice City Lord. There was also nothing anybody could do about it. Echoing Judgment had also tasked someone to secretly check the situation outside the city, so he knew that Death Curse had mobilized nearly 100 Temple Knights and 600 plus Novice Temple Knights to ensure that Sure Feng's team did not escape. Death Curse had even set up a master magic array at the city's entrance. There was no way Sure Feng's team could survive once they got removed from the city. It was also unlikely that Laura could save Sure Feng's team from Death Curse. Meanwhile, after Solitary Soul typed in the IDs of Sure Feng's team members into Slumber City's management interface, he couldn't help but frown as he said, "They have 8 upper-class nobles." 8 upper-class nobles. Knight Revenant couldn't help but look at Sure Feng's team in disbelief when he heard Solitary Soul's words. How is this possible? Upper-class nobles were special existences in the stratified Abyssal Realm's various NPC cities. So long as players acquired the status of an upper-class noble in a city, not only would they enjoy an extremely high status in the city, but they would also gain voting rights to determine the direction of the city's development. Meanwhile, even Vice City lords didn't have the authority to deal with upper-class nobles. Aside from those privileges, upper-class nobles would also gain a passive aura that weakened the dark-type monsters around them. It was also because of this aura that the various powers and experts were very keen on recruiting and befriending upper-class nobles. However, it wasn't an easy task to become an upper-class noble. Take Slumber City, for example. Even after several decades of development, less than 100 players had managed to become an upper-class noble in Slumber City. The number of upper-class nobles in the city was significantly lower than even the number of official Temple Knights. Yet now, it was revealed that Sure Feng's small team of 20 had as many as 8 upper-class nobles. That was already more than the upper-class nobles that Death Curse had. In other words, Sure Feng's team of 20 had greater speaking rights than Death Curse in Slumber City. This was simply unbelievable. At this time, even Echoing Judgment was stunned by Solitary Soul's words. Unlike Death Curse's members, Echoing Judgment knew that this was the first time Sure Feng's team members had come into contact with the Abyssal Tower. Yet, despite this being their first time challenging the Abyssal Tower, 8 of them had managed to become upper-class nobles. Sure Feng's team was simply a gathering of monsters. Of those present, only Sure Feng found this situation unsurprising. Not only did God's domain possess complete legacies, but it also had an environment that was much more conducive for mana development. Hence, God's domain's players were vastly superior to the stratified Abyssal Realms players when it came to mana control. Based on Sure Feng's evaluation of the Abyssal Tower, so long as a God's Domain player reached the World Tower's second floor standard, they could almost certainly clear the Abyssal Tower's third floor and become an upper-class noble. So that's why Purple Light has gone as far as to call on the Glimmering Sword to help you, Solitary Soul said, his expression growing even colder as he looked at Shurfeng's team. But so what if 8 of you are upper-class nobles? The rest of you are only ordinary nobles. I can still banish these 12 from the city for 48 hours. As soon as Solitary Soul finished speaking, a group of fully armed NPC guards walked in from the Abyssal Tower's entrance. Every one of these NPC guards was at level 130 or above. The 2 guard captains were even level 135, tier 4 NPCs. What a crazy bastard. He's actually planning on making an enemy out of 8 upper-class nobles, Wolf Emperor commented. When he saw the NPC guards appearing, he understood that Solitary Soul intended to take care of Shurfeng's team and establish his dominance over Slumber City, even if it meant making an enemy out of 8 upper-class nobles simultaneously. However, Wolf Emperor also had to admit that Solitary Soul had the qualifications to act arrogantly. After all, with a piece of legendary equipment in his possession, Solitary Soul could not only stand at the apex of Slumber City, but he could even extend his reach into Shadow City, the most prosperous and powerful city in the stratified Abyssal Realms, northern region. After the several dozen NPC guards walked up to Blackie and the others, one of the guard captains took out a piece of parchment and recited, according to Slumber City's rules, as punishment for challenging Vice City, Lord Solitary Soul's authority. You will be banished from the city for 48 hours. Please follow us out of the city. Black Flame, is it? When Night Revenant saw that the NPC guards were about to take Blackie and the others away, he turned to Shurfeng and laughed, saying, "This is what happens when you offend Death Curse. Of course, this is only the beginning. You will soon learn what kind of miserable fate awaits you for going against Death Curse." Miserable fate? Shurfeng couldn't help but chuckle at Night Revenant's remarks. Then he walked straight up to the stern-looking NPC guards. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3116_ When the spectating crowd saw the several dozen NPC guards surrounding Blackie and the others, they couldn't help but look at them sympathetically. When the spectating crowd saw the several dozen NPC guards surrounding Blackie and the others, they couldn't help but look at them sympathetically. Normally, Blackie and the others would have been the envy of many players, since they now possessed Slumber City's noble status. This was because, in a certain sense, the status of players in the various NPC cities was much more important than their strength in the stratified Abyssal Realms level 100+ maps. In Slumber City, players with the civilian status would only enjoy the privilege of being able to live in the city. Without a higher status, they couldn't take on more than a certain number of city contribution quests each month, own private housing, or open their own shop. They couldn't even enter Slumber City's advanced auction house, only having access to the standard auction house. However, it was a different story for players with the noble status. Whether it was challenging more city contribution quests or purchasing private housing and shops, neither of these things were a problem so long as a noble had enough demon coins. Moreover, so long as players had the noble status, they could earn demon coins much more quickly than civilian players. This was because noble players could earn a significant sum of demon coins each month just by renting properties to civilians. There wasn't a need to worry about there being a lack of customers either, since less than 3% of the city's player population had the noble status. Of course, nobles couldn't purchase an unlimited number of lands or shops. Depending on their city contribution points, they could buy 2 at minimum and 5 at maximum. Even so, a noble with 5 plots of land or shops could retire for the rest of their lives without worrying about living expenses in the real world. Many nobles had even relied on this method to live without working for over a decade already. However, at this moment, this noble status was turned into a complete joke because of Solitary Soul. Because Solitary Soul had evoked his rights as a Vice City Lord Blackie and the others were getting banished from Slumber City for 48 hours. Moreover, this banishment duration would not decrease if Blackie and the others went offline. The banishment period would only end after they had spent 48 hours outside of Slumber City. With the Death Curse Adventurer Team strength, 48 hours was more than enough for its members to kill Blackie and the others at least a dozen times, causing them to fall under level 100 and forcibly teleported back to the starting zone. Moreover, even if Death Curse didn't target Blackie and the others, it would be impossible for a team of 12 players to survive for 48 hours out in the fields. After all, it was extremely dangerous to roam out in the fields without a team of 100 or 200 players. It was especially true when night arrived. Not only would the number of monsters increase at night, but the combat standards of monsters would also increase significantly. Even an upper-class nobles team wouldn't dare to casually operate outside at night. It was so dangerous at night that players wouldn't necessarily be safe even if they stood directly outside the city. This was because a large number of monsters would attack Slumber City at night. Seeking shelter in a different NPC city wasn't an option either. The various NPC cities in the stratified abyssal realms level 100+ maps were located incredibly far apart from each other. Even if players traveled non-stop, they would still need around 2 days, 96 in-game hours, to move from one city to another. If players traveled at a normal pace, the journey would take up to 5 or 6 days. Hence, there was no way Blackie and the others could reach another NPC city within 48 hours. In other words, getting banished from Slumber City for 48 hours was no different than a death sentence. Quick, look over there. Their leader is walking over to the NPC guards. Could he be trying to reason with those guards? He's just going to waste his energy if he's thinking of doing that. The NPC guards will kill even players with the noble status when provoked. Now that they are in the midst of executing an order, they might even kill players who enter their cordon. Not to mention, these NPCs will only stubbornly carry out their orders and won't listen to reason. The spectating players shook their heads when they saw Feng suddenly approaching the NPC guards. NPC guards were essentially gods in the various NPC cities. They were also the last thing players wanted to approach. This was because NPC guards did not listen to reason. So long as players violated the law, the NPC guards would kill them on the spot. Even upper-class nobles were no exception. Even if the NPC guards weren't in the mood for bloodshed, it was also pointless to try to reason with them. The only thing on their mind was to carry out their orders. Everything else was not within their consideration. Rather than try to obstruct the NPC guards from carrying out the banishment process, what Feng should be doing was figure out a way to amass some strength and ensure that his banished companions could survive out in the fields. Did he lose his mind to anxiety? Knight Revenant couldn't help but laugh when he saw Feng moving closer and closer to the NPC guards. Or does he think that his upper-class noble status is enough to make those NPC guards listen to him? Upper-class nobles might enjoy a high status in Slumber City, but they still lacked the qualifications to challenge the city's laws. Even Vice City, lords like Solitary Soul and Laura Crater didn't have the qualifications to do so. Otherwise, the Glimmering Sword wouldn't have gone through the trouble of using the threat of war to try and stop Death Curse's actions. Meanwhile, when Echoing Judgment saw Feng's actions, he swiftly ran after Feng in an attempt to stop him from moving any closer to the NPC guard's cordon. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Not only did Feng cross the NPC guard's cordon, but he had even approached the 2 NPC guard captains directly and stood in their way. If his intentions hadn't been clear enough before, it was now very obvious that he was trying to stop these NPC guards from apprehending his teammates. Is he crazy? Knight Revenant nearly gaped in shock when he saw Feng intercepting the NPC guard captains. The difference between intruding on the NPC guard's cordon and obstructing the NPC guard captain's actions was like night and day. In the former case, the NPC guards would, at most, kill the intruding player once. However, in the latter case, the NPC guards would apprehend the obstructing player and imprison them for half a month to an entire month. This was worse than getting killed 3 or 4 times. Meanwhile, when the 2 NPC guard captains saw Sherfong appearing before them, their first reaction was to reach for their weapons. However, just when everyone thought that the 2 guard captains were about to strike at Sherfong, the 2 guard captains suddenly froze, a hint of fear appearing in their eyes as they looked at Sherfong. The 2 guard captains behaved like 2 rats standing in front of a mouse, neither daring to move a muscle. Esteemed Lord Legatee, the 2 guard captains saluted Sherfong after coming to their senses. Then they asked respectfully, "May we know what orders you have for us? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3117 The words of the 2 NPC guard captain surprised and stunned everyone present in the lobby. The words of the 2 NPC guard captain surprised and stunned everyone present in the lobby. I must be hallucinating. Since when did NPC guards start treating players so respectfully? Could those guards be fake? He's already crossed the cordon. Even the glimmering sword with her Vice City Lord status would be killed if she did that. Yet, why aren't these guards taking action? Everyone was confused when they saw the NPC guard captains behaving so respectfully in front of Sherfong. Even Echoing Judgment, who had tried to stop Sherfong, froze as he looked at this situation in disbelief. NPC guards were incredibly rigid, and they would never show mercy to players. Even players who had received the Vice City Lord status could only get NPC guards to move when ordering them to exercise their authority to banish players. Moreover, these NPC guards would only show these Vice City Lords a cold expression throughout their entire interaction. Yet, now, the 2 NPC guard captains wore a look of reverence as they faced Sherfong. Indeed, reverence. This was an expression that one would typically only see civilian NPCs making when standing in front of players with the upper-class noble or Vice City Lord status. Or, more specifically, NPCs would only show such an expression when the player they faced possessed a vastly superior status. Could his status be higher than even Vice City Lords? Echoing Judgment wondered as he looked at Sherfong in disbelief. Over the past several decades, the Vice City Lord status was known to be the highest status a player could achieve in the stratified Abyssal Realms NPC cities. It was also a symbol for the stratified Abyssal Realms' strongest combatants. This fact had remained unchanged throughout the past several decades. Aside from Echoing Judgment, Night Revenant was similarly confused by this situation. Obstructing NPC guards from carrying out their duties was an offense punishable by death. Even Vice City Lords would be killed mercilessly if they tried to do so. There was no room for negotiations whatsoever. While everyone was bewildered by this situation, Sherfong pointed at Blackie's group and said to the 2 NPC guard captains, "These are my friends. I can assure you that they have never done anything to challenge a Vice City Lord's authority. This is just the slander of Vice City Lord Solitary Soul. We trust in your words, Lord Legatee. In addition, since these people are your friends, they can naturally keep on living in the city. However, they will still have to abide by Slumber City's laws. Otherwise, even if they are your friends, they will still have to face Slumber City's punishment, Lord Legate," one of the guard captains said as he did a knight's salute. Then he said to the NPC guards surrounding Blackie's group, "Everyone stand down. These people are innocent." Understood. The NPC guards promptly kept away their weapons and stopped targeting Blackie's group. Meanwhile, the NPC guards' behavior thoroughly dumbfounded everyone present. Even a Vice City Lord's authority is useless against him. I must be dreaming. This is a banishment order from a Vice City Lord. Even another Vice City Lord wouldn't have the authority to dismiss this order. Who is that guy? I heard the guard captain referring to him as Lord Legatee just now. Could there be an obtainable status higher than the Vice City Lord status? How can that be? Vice City Lord has been the highest obtainable status in the various NPC cities for so many years already. How can an outsider like him have a status higher than the Vice City Lords of Slumber City? Sure Feng's action of getting the NPC guards to withdraw with only a few words greatly shocked the spectating crowd. Even the executives of Slumber City's various powers, such as Echoing Judgment, gaped in shock at this sight. Before today, the authority of Vice City Lords was unshakable in the various NPC cities. What Sure Feng just did was unprecedented in Slumber City. Moreover, the NPC guards had withdrawn from the scene so decisively, making it seem like the Vice City Lord's position, Solitary Soul, had gone through great lengths to obtain was nothing but a joke. "How did you do it, guild leader?" Blackie asked through the team chat, although he was still feeling a little nervous, even after seeing the NPC guards withdraw. He couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer. Blackie wasn't the only one curious to know what had happened exactly. Crimson Heart, Bloodhammer, and the others were also eager to learn about the situation. Their team of 20 had entered the stratified abyssal realm together. This was also their first time entering the abyssal tower and obtaining status in Slumber City. Yet, just when they thought that they were finally on the same starting line as Sure Feng after obtaining an upper-class noble status, they came to realize that Sure Feng was still leagues ahead of them. Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue were especially confused by this situation, since the two of them were well aware of Zero Wing's situation. They were the ones who brought Sure Feng into this stratified abyssal realm, so they knew that this was definitely Sure Feng's first time visiting the stratified abyssal realm. In addition, even if Sure Feng possessed more knowledge about God's domain than they did, there were many different stratified abyssal realms in God's domain, and not all information on the various stratified abyssal realms was universal. Yet, after entering the stratified abyssal realm, not only did the gap between them and Sure Feng not shorten, but even felt like it was growing larger and larger. Moreover, it was also because of Sure Feng that 100 Flower Palace's members managed to survive the ordeal this time. Nothing special. It's just that my authority is slightly higher than his, Sure Feng explained through the team chat. Slightly higher? When Bloodhammer heard Sure Feng's answer, he couldn't help but ask, "Could you have cleared the 4th floor's trial already, Guild Leader Black Flame?" The Abyssal Tower's trial space had 5 floors. So long as one managed to clear the 3rd floor's trial, one would gain the status of an upper-class noble. Find the original at H** Stead Novel. Bloodhammer and the others had struggled desperately just to clear the 3rd floor's trial. Even then, they had barely managed to complete it before they ran out of time. As for the 4th floor's trial, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was a despair-inducing challenge. Not only did they have to go up against mythic monsters on the 4th floor, but they even had to fight 9 of them simultaneously. It should be known that the Abyssal Tower's trial wasn't merely a test of strength. It was also a test of adaptability. However, adapting to the trial space's mana environment was simply too difficult of a task. Just getting their bodies to adapt to the flow of the trial space's dark mana was already their limit. They had no energy to spare to research and construct the magic array outlined by the dark mana. I passed it by luck, Sure Feng said, nodding. Players would need to successfully construct the magic array composed entirely of dark mana if they wanted to have a chance at clearing the 4th floor's trial. However, normally, even a Grandmaster Magician like himself shouldn't have been able to construct the magic array within such a short period of time. This was because the arrangement of the dark mana was rather unique. If he hadn't become a primal human and obtained the Eyes of Reality, which allowed him to see the dark mana's operating principles clearly, he wouldn't have been able to see the magic array's entire structure. Naturally, he wouldn't have been able to draw the entire magic array either. Meanwhile, realization dawned on Bloodhammer, Crimson Heart, and the others when they saw Sure Feng nodding. They also couldn't help but smile bitterly over the gap between them. If Shi Feng had managed to conquer the despair-inducing fourth-floor trial, it was completely understandable for him to obtain a position above upper-class nobles. It wouldn't even be strange if he had managed to obtain status surpassing that of Vice City Lords. According to Echoing Judgment, not a single player in the stratified Abyssal Realm's various NPC cities had ever managed to clear the Abyssal Tower's fourth floor. Echoing Judgment had even gone as far as to say that the fourth floor trial was a prank by the main god system, and no player could ever complete it. On the other side, Echoing Judgment breathed a deep sigh of relief when he saw the NPC guards disbanding their cordon. Now that Shi Feng's team could remain inside Slumber City, there was nothing Death Curse could do against them. At most, Shi Feng's team would have to be a little more careful when leaving the city. However, now that Shi Feng's team had 8 upper-class nobles, they'd have no trouble gaining many followers and the partnership of Slumber City's various peak powers. However, as soon as Echoing Judgment sighed in relief, Shi Feng set his sights on the 2 NPC guard captains once more and asked, "Captains, in view of Vice City, Lord Solitary Soul's slanderous behavior towards my friends, may I know if I have any authority to sanction him? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3118 _ Sanction of Vice City Lord. Sanction of Vice City Lord. What is he thinking? A Vice City Lord is already an administrator of the city. Even the City Lord probably doesn't have the authority to sanction a Vice City Lord. Shi Feng's words instantly caused a commotion to erupt in the lobby. Although Shi Feng didn't speak very loudly, everyone present was a Tier 3 expert. With their keen senses, they could hear even the sound of grass rustling over 100 yards away if they wanted to, let alone a player speaking within 100 yards. While the spectating crowd was discussing Shi Feng's words, the 2 NPC guard captains surprisingly remained silent for a moment. Then they looked at Shi Feng with serious expressions on their faces. "Esteemed Lord Legatee, while you are the Abyss's successor according to Slumber City's laws, unless a Vice City Lord has violated Slumber City's bottom line, even Lord City Lord and Lord Magistrate do not have the authority to arbitrarily sanction a Vice City Lord," the younger of the 2 guard captains said. "I knew it. How can anyone possibly sanction a Vice City Lord? Vice City Lords have the authority to determine a city's development direction. Even if he has greater authority than a Vice City Lord, there's no way he can sanction one without a valid reason. It's like how Vice City Lords can't target upper-class nobles, basically. But this guy really knows how to dream. Is he not afraid of sowing a permanent grudge with Death Curse?" The surrounding spectators didn't feel particularly surprised when they heard the guard captain's answer. A Vice City Lord was an NPC city's administrator. Meanwhile, the birth of an administrator was incredibly challenging. In addition to completing the temple trial, a player would also need to establish a power that ranked within the top 10 of the city's contribution ranking list. In other words, an NPC city could only have a maximum of 10 Vice City Lords at a time. One could easily imagine how high a status a Vice City Lord enjoyed. However, since the stratified Abyssal Realm's launch until now, aside from the mysterious Dark Sanctuary, the only NPC city known to have all 10 of its Vice City Lord positions filled with Shadow City, the city located in the level 120 map Dark Desert. Other NPC cities only had around 2 or 3 Vice City Lords. NPC cities with 4 Vice City Lords, such as the current Slumber City, could already rank among the top. Lord Legatee, if Vice City Lord Solitary Soul has offended you, according to the sacred rules set by the God of the Abyss, you can initiate an Abyss battle under the witness of the God of the Abyss. If you defeat Vice City Lord Solitary Soul, it will prove that Vice City Lord Solitary Soul is guilty. In that event, he will be stripped of his status as a Vice City Lord. The older of the 2 guard captains suddenly added, However, the Abyss battle is a sacred duel. You can only initiate it 3 times in your life, so please use it with caution. I can sanction him in such a way. Shifeng was a little stunned. Originally, Shifeng didn't hold much hope of dealing with Solitary Soul via the city. After all, a Vice City Lord held considerable influence over the NPC city they belonged to. He had only asked if he could sanction Solitary Soul since he was curious what his status as the Abyss Legate would allow him to accomplish. Shifeng wasn't the only one surprised by this situation right now. Everyone else was similarly taken aback by the older guard captain's words. How is this possible? A Vice City Lord can actually be sanctioned arbitrarily? What kind of authority does this legatee status have? Everyone in the hall stared at Shifeng in astonishment. Some of the upper-class nobles enjoying the show couldn't help but gulp nervously, a hint of fear appearing in their eyes. The position of upper-class nobles was only slightly lower than Vice City Lords in the various NPC cities. So long as a Vice City Lord wasn't crazy or an upper-class noble wasn't hell-bent on going against a Vice City Lord, upper-class nobles were essentially untouchable existences. However, it was now revealed that Shifeng's status afforded him the authority to sanction even Vice City Lords. If even Vice City Lords weren't safe from him, upper-class nobles naturally weren't either. Meanwhile, without an NPC city to rely on, upper-class nobles would be reduced to nothing but a tool that inflicted a weakening debuff on Dark-type monsters. This is going to be interesting. A smile appeared on Wolf Emperor's face as he looked at Shifeng. Solitary Soul already has a pierce of legendary equipment now, so I can't even begin to guess his current strength. If this Lord Legatee dares to challenge Solitary Soul, I can use this opportunity to see how strong Solitary Soul has become. Wolf Emperor wasn't interested in the conflict between Shifeng and Solitary Soul in the slightest. His original goal had always been to challenge Solitary Soul after seeing the other party becoming a Vice City Lord. After all, while Solitary Soul might be the weakest out of the 4 Vice City Lords, the man was still a Vice City Lord nonetheless. Depending on how easily he managed to defeat Solitary Soul, he might consider whether he was strong enough to challenge Slumber City's strongest expert, Laura Crater. However, that was before Wolf Emperor had found out that Solitary Soul had obtained a piece of legendary equipment. He couldn't begin to estimate how strong Solitary Soul had become. He even suspected that Solitary Soul might have already become the strongest expert in Slumber City. After all, any legendary equipment could grant players the strength to transcend tiers. I doubt that kid will dare challenge Solitary Soul, Boss Wolf. After all, even the Glimmering Sword will have to be wary of Solitary Soul right now. Moreover, he only has 3 chances to initiate an Abyss battle. It's not worth wasting one of these precious chances on Solitary Soul, the level 116 swordsman youth standing next to Wolf Emperor said, shaking his head. He doubted that Shifeng would foolishly challenge Solitary Soul to a duel. Everyone in the lobby could sense the frightening aura Solitary Soul radiated. Unless Shifeng was also a Vice City Lord-level expert with a piece of legendary equipment, it was unlikely he could defeat Solitary Soul. However, as soon as the swordsman youth finished speaking, Shifeng turned to Solitary Soul, who was looking at him contemptuously and calmly said, "Then, on my name as the Abyss Legatee, I will initiate an Abyss battle with Vice City Lord Solitary Soul." Since Death Curse wanted to use them to set an example, Shifeng naturally wouldn't mind using Death Curse to make a name for himself, either. After all, fame was something necessary if he wanted to develop his own power in Slumber City. With his current strength, he was confident he could fight against even God-ranked experts who had reached Tier 4 already. Not to mention, Solitary Soul wasn't even a true Tier 4 player. Ha ha ha, this kid must be crazy. Does he really think he is invincible just because he managed to destroy an advanced combat puppet? Knight Revenant couldn't help but laugh when he saw Shifeng challenging Solitary Soul. Originally, they had been having trouble figuring out a way to get Shi Feng's team kicked out of the city. After all, if they failed to take care of Shi Feng's team, their plan to re-establish Death Curse's position in Slumber City would fail miserably. Yet now, Shi Feng was sending himself to them. You want to challenge me? Good. Very good. Solitary Soul laughed as he looked at Shi Feng. I thought that my first opponent after becoming a Vice City Lord would be the Glimmering Sword. But since you want to fight, I'll fulfill your wish. I can also use this chance to let the Glimmering Sword know who is the true number one in Slumber City. As soon as Solitary Soul finished speaking, glowing runes suddenly started appearing on the black leather top he wore, the runes drawing the surrounding mana to him. Immediately, everyone in the lobby felt the mana around them suppressing them. Even the Temple Knight level experts present found their bodies becoming incredibly heavy, their flexibility dropping by several grades. What a powerful mana domain! Has it reached the Tier 4 standard already? Wolf Emperor subconsciously gasped when he experienced the effects of the mana domain radiated by Solitary Soul. As an upper-class noble, Wolf Emperor naturally possessed a good grasp over mana. He was even at the level of being able to form a mana domain already. Even so, his mana domain was only useful for increasing the power of his skills and spells. However, Solitary Soul's mana domain was actually capable of suppressing other players. The power of this suppression was even on par with the mana domains of Tier 4 NPCs. While subjected to this mana domain's effects, Wolf Emperor felt that he could, at most, exhibit 50% of his usual combat power. After Solitary Soul unleashed his mana domain, Echoing Judgment, Crimson Heart, Bloodhammer, and the others all wore ugly looks on their faces. One of the main reasons Tier 4 existences could stomp on Tier 3 existences was their Tier 4 mana domain. In front of a Tier 4 player with a mana domain, Tier 3 players would be no different from ants unless they possessed legendary weapons and equipment. However, unlike everyone else, Shi Feng simply shrugged and calmly said to Solitary Soul, "Do you honestly think that you're the only pseudo-Tier 4 in Slumber City?" Immediately, a ripple of mana spread from Shi Feng's body. Then, following the spread of this ripple, the suppression everyone experienced vanished without a trace. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3119 _ a Tier 4 mana domain. Knight Revenant stared at Shi Feng in disbelief when he saw Solitary Soul's mana domain getting pushed back. How is this possible? A Tier 4 mana domain. Knight Revenant stared at Shi Feng in disbelief when he saw Solitary Soul's mana domain getting pushed back. How is this possible? The biggest difference separating Tier 3 and Tier 4 players was the strength of their mana. With the mana body they had just created, Tier 3 players could just barely extend their mana out of their body, using it to strengthen their skills and spells to a certain extent. However, after reaching Tier 4, players would gain the ability to manipulate the mana around them, using it to strengthen their skills and spells by a significant margin. They could even suppress their enemies with their mana. It was obvious that Shi Feng's mana domain had reached the Tier 4 standard. In fact, based on the situation, Shi Feng's mana domain was stronger than even Solitary Soul's. Otherwise, Solitary Soul's mana domain wouldn't have lost its effect. What a powerful mana domain! Astonishment flashed across Wolf Emperor's eyes when he felt the suppressive effects of Solitary Soul's mana domain disappearing. When a Tier 3 player's mana reached the Tier 4 standard, they'd have an overwhelming advantage over other Tier 3 players. Setting aside the significant amplification effect such mana could bring, just the ability to prevent one's opponents from utilizing the mana around them would put one's opponent in a very disadvantageous situation. In a direct clash between Tier 3 skills and spells, the side that couldn't make use of their surrounding mana would most likely be killed instantly. Although Wolf Emperor didn't know how strong Shifeng's combat standard was, it was obvious that Shifeng stood at the pinnacle of Slumber City when it came to mana. Shifeng definitely had the qualifications to fight against Solitary Soul. At this time, even Laura Crater, who had remained silent and wore a disinterested look this entire time, couldn't help but take a closer look at Shifeng. Standing next to Laura, Sleeping Quicksand also couldn't help but look toward the unassuming Shifeng when she noticed the change in Laura's gaze. Is he really that strong? Laura might not have said anything, but Sleeping Quicksand understood that Shifeng had already gained Laura's recognition. It should be known that Laura was publicly recognized as the strongest expert in Slumber City, and never had anybody in the city manage to gain her recognition. Even when Solitary Soul revealed his possession of a piece of legendary equipment, Laura had only grown a little wary of him. How powerful! So this is Guild Leader Black Flame's strength? Lin Yaoyue's eyes burned with a passionate flame as she looked at Shifeng. Lin Yaoyue used to be a Tier 4 expert on the main continent, so she understood just how big of a gap there was between Tier 3 and Tier 4 mana. Typically, even if a Tier 3 player managed to form a mana domain at Tier 3, the most they could do with it was improve their control over mana. They couldn't increase the inherent strength of their mana. Normally, if a Tier 3 player wished to improve the standard of their mana without increasing their tier, they'd have to rely on the help of legendary weapons and equipment. However, Shifeng obviously didn't possess any legendary weapons and equipment since he had come from the miniature ancient world like herself. In the current miniature ancient world, obtaining even fragmented legendary items was no different than a dream, let alone legendary items. Without legendary items, the only other way players could raise the standard of their mana from Tier 3 to Tier 4 was to rely on themselves. However, this was a mythical feat that only a handful of players could accomplish even on the main continent. It should be known that every one of those players was a peerless monster. They were invincible existences, even among Tier 6 God-ranked experts, and every one of them could instill fear into even the 5 great super guilds. As for other super guilds, they didn't even dare to offend these peerless monsters. Unfortunately, none of those peerless experts were willing to accept followers for some reason. It didn't matter even if the person asking to be a follower was a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. This situation had caused countless experts and powers on the main continent to sigh in disappointment. Currently, though, there was no doubt that Shifeng had already reached the level of those peerless monsters. Amazing, as expected of someone from the Dark Sanctuary. With this kind of strength, he should have no trouble ranking among the top 10 of Shadow City. Echoing Judgment inwardly exclaimed as he looked at Shifeng. At the same time, he became even more determined to partner with Shifeng. There might be incredibly few players from the Dark Sanctuary operating in the stratified Abyssal Realms level 100+ maps, but it wasn't exactly difficult to meet with them. This was because almost those from the Dark Sanctuary would eventually move their base of operations to Shadow City. Hence, so long as one traveled to Shadow City, one could easily come across powers from the Dark Sanctuary. However, according to his understanding, there were many powers based in the Dark Sanctuary, and not all of these powers were equally strong. Although any power capable of exiting the Dark Sanctuary would almost certainly be a peak power or greater, there were still differences between them. Based on the frightening strength Shifeng had just displayed, Echoing Judgment was certain that Shifeng was stronger than most of the Dark Sanctuary experts in Shadow City. After all, experts whose mana had reached the Tier 4 standard were extremely rare, even in the Dark Sanctuary. There was no way an ordinary peak power would be willing to send such a powerful combatant out of the Dark Sanctuary. In fact, the Dark Sanctuary's powers would usually take the initiative to recruit experts with Tier 4 mana in Shadow City, and their promises to these experts were enough to cause countless experts in the stratified Abyssal Realm to drool in envy. Based on this situation, it could be seen just how high of a position experts with Tier 4 mana held in the Dark Sanctuary. While everyone was marveling at Shifeng's mana domain, The sound of the bell ringing suddenly came from the abyssal tower's topmost floor, the sound echoing throughout the entire Slumber City. Many players were confused by this ringing sound. However, before they could get to the bottom of this situation, everyone in the city received an announcement from the system. Slumber City Region System Announcement. Legatee Blackflame has initiated an abyss battle against Vice City Lord Solitary Soul. Following the ancient agreement, this duel will be conducted under the witness of the God of the Abyss. All players in the city will also have the chance to witness this battle. Players will only have 10 seconds to make a decision. Slumber City Region System Announcement. Those who do not decide within the time limit will forfeit their right to witness the Abyss battle. What's going on? Who's this Black Flame? He actually has the authority to challenge a Vice City Lord? Solitary Soul is one of Slumber City's top 5 experts. He has even completed the temple trial recently. Is the person who challenged Solitary Soul insane? Regardless, this is a rare opportunity to see Solitary Soul in action. The last time he fought against someone publicly was when he challenged a few of the top 10 experts previously. He's been immersed in training ever since, and nobody knows how strong he is exactly now. Following the system announcement, curiosity filled Slumber City's various powers and independent players. Everyone was curious to learn about the person known as Black Flame and how strong Solitary Soul had become after completing the temple trial. Hence, everyone chose to spectate the Abyss battle without hesitation. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 31, 20_Slumber City, Abyssal Tower. Slumber City, Abyssal Tower. Following the ringing bell sound, an ancient and sacred aura spread across Slumber City, this aura instilling a sense of awe and submission into everyone in the city. After this aura swept across the entire city, players who had chosen to spectate the Abyss battle found themselves teleported to a magnificent arena located in the middle of a sea of stars. The arena was massive, occupying an area of over a dozen sports stadiums. It could easily fit several 100,000 spectators simultaneously. Of course, that definitely wasn't enough to accommodate Slumber City's several 100 million players. However, players weren't teleported directly to the arena's spectator stands. Instead, players were teleported to the countless independent spaces that existed within the arena, and each of these independent spaces had a replica of the main arena. So, even though the main arena itself could only accommodate several hundred spectators, it could, in reality, allow all of Slumber City's players to spectate the upcoming Abyss battle simultaneously. The only people on the arena's stage currently were Feng and Solitary Soul, and both of them were at level 120. Evidently, the main god system had equalized their levels for the sake of fairness. Meanwhile, after the participants and spectators were teleported to the arena, a timer appeared above the stage, indicating the seconds left until the Abyss battle start. 10, 9, 8, 7. I'm really surprised. I didn't expect you to have not only significantly higher authority than me, but also tier 4 mana. You can find yourself a place even in Shadow City with your strength and status, Solitary Soul said to Feng, smiling after he scanned the stage. If you hadn't disrupted our plans, we would have never wanted to make an enemy out of you. Unfortunately, you've made the wrong choice from the very beginning, which leaves us with no choice but to eradicate you and your team. This outcome will not change even if your mana has already reached the tier 4 standard. When Solitary Soul finished speaking, the timer also finished counting down. Then, Solitary Soul's figure thoroughly vanished from the stage. What a skillful soundless steps. When Hidden Soul saw Solitary Soul disappearing from her sight, a solemn expression appeared on her face. Not only has he perfectly concealed his presence, but he's also using his killing intent to layer his concealment. He's even managed to create up to 19 decoys. How much of a monster is he? Although Hidden Soul was sitting on the spectator stands, everything taking place on the stage was perfectly presented to the spectator stands. So, watching the fight from the spectator stands was no different than watching it directly on stage. Meanwhile, soundless steps happened to be a combat technique Hidden Soul was also skilled at. It was also the reason she dared to assassinate Tier 6 God-ranked experts. For a skilled assassin, it wasn't difficult to perfectly conceal their aura. What was difficult was using one's killing intent to misdirect one's target. Meanwhile, the more decoys one tried to create using killing intent, the more difficult it would be to accomplish the feat currently. Hidden Soul could create up to 16 decoys only. Moreover, that was after she had become a high demonkin. If she wanted to further increase that number, the complexity of the technique would increase by several times. Meanwhile, as far as she knew, not even one of her many assassin friends could create 19 killing intent decoys. In addition to showing how skillful he was, the fact that Solitary Soul could create 19 decoys with his killing intent meant that he could fake his attacks up to 19 times. So long as Shifeng made even one error in his judgment against Solitary Soul, it could become a fatal mistake. No matter how powerful a Tier 3 player was, there was a limit to the number of reactions they could make simultaneously. A player would be considered an expert among experts if they could carry out 12 or 13 reactions simultaneously. Typically, this was the level that domain realm experts were at. In the case of Tier 6 God-ranked experts, while they might be more skilled than the average domain realm expert, most God-ranked experts could only carry out around 14 or 15 simultaneous reactions. Hence, with her ability to create up to 15 decoys in the past, she could fell even Tier 6 God-ranked experts if they weren't careful. However, against Solitary Soul's 19 decoys, the average Tier 6 God-ranked expert would fall with a 100% certainty. At this moment, Hidden Soul wasn't the only person who had realized Solitary Soul's prowess. Crimson, Heart, Bloodhammer, and the others similarly wore grave expressions on their faces. It was especially true for Bloodhammer and Marion. They never thought they would come across such a terrifying expert in Slumber City, which was only one of many NPC cities in the stratified abyssal realm. A fourth-floor expert. Bloodhammer couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Solitary Soul disappearing from his perception. Weren't stratified abyssal realms supposed to have only a handful of fourth-floor experts? Why are there so many fourth-floor experts in the stratified abyssal realm? According to the information Bloodhammer collected through eavesdropping on the conversation of others, he knew that Solitary Soul only ranked among the top 5 of Slumber City when it came to strength. More specifically, he ranked 4th or 5th. This meant that there were 3 or 4 more players of Solitary Soul's caliber in Slumber City. There were hundreds of NPC cities found in the stratified abyssal realms, level 100+ maps. If every NPC city had around 5 fourth-floor experts, while Bloodhammer and Marion were in a daze, Shifeng briefly scanned the empty stage before him and said, "Put away your little tricks. This move is useless against me." After saying so, Shifeng brandished the Winter of Eternal Night. Sword's Orbit. After Shifeng had continually developed Sword's Orbit during his previous life, it had already reached the standard of bronze combat techniques. The instant he executed the combat technique, several dozen sword lights spread out from him like a blooming lotus flower. Not only could each of these sword lights reach up to several dozen yards away, but every one of them also left a dark rift in space as they moved away from Shifeng. The sword lights left no room to hide on the stage, and Solitary Soul was quickly forced to break his footwork and come out of stealth. However, before any of the sword lights could hit him, he suddenly switched to a seemingly slower footwork. Then, as if Solitary Soul had become a ghost, Shifeng's sword lights passed through him harmlessly as he rapidly closed the distance between himself and Shifeng. When Solitary Soul moved within 10 yards of Shifeng, the 2 daggers he wielded suddenly snapped forward like whips, leaving behind countless afterimages as they executed over a dozen different feints and attacks in the blink of an eye. What a well-honed Godspeed reflex! Sure Feng couldn't help but be surprised by the rapid shifts Solitary Soul executed in his attack. Even so, he did not stop brandishing the Winter of Eternal Night. Sword's orbit could be regarded as Sure Feng's roots. It was also the defensive technique he was most proficient in. After developing it to the bronze standard, the combat technique was improved significantly. In the technique's current state, unless he was going up against an overwhelmingly stronger opponent, it was highly unlikely for any attack to break through his defenses. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out on the stage, each subsequent explosion louder than the one before. The explosion count quickly reached into the hundreds, and it felt as if several hundred missiles were bombarding the stage. Space in the middle of the stage had also shattered completely, several dozen 100-meter spatial tiers forming on the stage. At one point, the explosions had gotten so powerful that their shock waves had even spread through the barrier isolating the stage, reaching the rest of the arena. After the explosions ended, Solitary Soul's figure appeared among the mending spatial tiers. At this time, Solitary Soul had already lost 30% of his HP, and both of his hands showed faint signs of trembling. This scene dumbfounded the spectating audience. What's going on? Solitary Soul is actually at a disadvantage? How strong is this Black Flame guy? The spectating crowd widened their eyes in shock when they saw Sure Feng completely intact. Solitary Soul's strength was widely known and recognized. Yet, even with a piece of legendary equipment, Solitary Soul had still lost to Sure Feng in a direct confrontation. However, Solitary Soul didn't seem to mind this outcome as he looked at Sure Feng with a calm expression. "I can see why you dared to challenge me. Your strength attribute is simply monstrous," Solitary Soul said as he tried to shake the numbness out of his hands. Then, narrowing his eyes fiercely, he continued, "I had thought of saving this move for the Glimmering Sword, but now it seems that I'll have to use it on you first." Immediately after Solitary Soul finished speaking, the glowing runes covering his black leather top shone with a much brighter glow. At the same time, everyone in the arena could feel something change within Solitary Soul. Specifically, everyone experienced a suppressive effect that resulted from a difference in life rating. "You've thoroughly entered the Tier 4 standard already?" When Sure Feng sensed the change in Solitary Soul's life rating, he realized that the assassin was no longer a Tier 3 player. Instead, Solitary Soul was now a bona fide Tier 4 player. Previously, Solitary Soul's physique, basic attributes, and mana might have reached the Tier 4 standard already, but he still wasn't a true Tier 4 player. He was only a pseudo-Tier 4 player. In fact, when it came to the strength attribute, Sure Feng wasn't the least bit afraid of Solitary Soul. In addition to being a primal human, Sure Feng was also in possession of the Winter of Eternal Night and the Abyssal Eye, two top-tier fragmented legendary items. He might not be able to match a player with a legendary weapon, but he had no problems matching an assassin with only one piece of legendary equipment. Not to mention, while everyone in the stratified abyssal realm was subjected to the power of darkness, he had the Abyssal Eyes help to have the effects of this suppression. Hence, when it came to the strength attribute, there was no way Solitary Soul could beat Sure Feng. Now, however, Solitary Soul had clearly reached Tier 4 already. His life rating was completely different from that of a Tier 3 player. Indeed, I have now transformed into a Tier 4 Shadow Manipulator. All of my basic attributes have increased by 40%, and I have also gained access to all Tier 4 skills and taboo skills available to the Shadow Manipulator class, Solitary Soul said, a hint of excitement appearing in his eyes. Now, I'll let you experience the strength of a true Tier 4. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 193, Abyssal Power. Chapter 193. Abyssal Power. As soon as Solitary Soul finished speaking, He instantly split into several dozen illusions of himself, each giving off a similar presence as his original body. Then, every one of these doppelgangers appeared around Sher Fong in the blink of an eye and attacked him simultaneously. Spatial mirage. Hidden Soul frowned when she saw Solitary Soul's doppelgangers filling the stage. Spatial mirage was a Tier 4 taboo skill that allowed the user to split into several dozen copies of themselves. However, the user could reduce the number of doppelgangers they summoned if they could not control all of them. Meanwhile, not only were the doppelgangers real entities, but they also had the exact same basic attributes as the user. In addition, so long as even one doppelganger remained alive during the skill's 1-minute duration, the original body would not die. Because of Spatial Mirage's effects, it was labeled as the strongest single-target skill out of all Tier 4 skills available to assassins. After all, not only did the skill allow its user to rain their opponent with a large number of attacks, but it also allowed the user to stay near invincible for 1 minute. Come! Sher Fong stopped holding back when he saw Solitary Soul's doppelgangers attacking him from all directions. Immediately, he activated World of Frost, the Winter of Eternal Night's second active skill. If he wanted to go against a Tier 4 taboo skill in his current state, his only option was to use a Tier 4 skill or spell. He'd only be seeking an early death if he used a Tier 3 skill or spell. This was because there was a great disparity in the mana Tier 3 and Tier 4 skills could access. In God's domain, a clash between skills would often be decided by the mana each side held. It wouldn't matter even if a skill's effect was superior. It would most likely lose if it went up against a skill that had carried significantly more mana. Hence, it was impossible for low-tier skills to go up against high-tier skills. The current Winter of Eternal Night might not be at its peak, but its additional skills were already at the Tier 4 standard. In a certain sense, its skills were even stronger than the average Tier 4 skill and spell. Immediately, 9 frost swords appeared around Sher Fong, each frost sword carrying 120% of his strength. Then, Sher Fong executed Sword's Orbit once more against Solitary Soul's doppelgangers. Unlike before, Sher Fong was executing Sword's Orbit with 9 weapons this time. Hence, the galaxy of stars that formed around him created a much tighter defensive network than before. Moreover, every one of the stars that surrounded him exerted destructive power at the Tier 4 peak standard. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between swords and daggers taking place right now was many times more intense than before. For a time, the stage looked like it was hosting a fight between 2 1,000-man teams rather than a duel between 2 players. The scene flabbergasting the spectating audience. They're so strong! So, this is a Vice City Lord-level fight. Even though I'm a Temple Knight already, why do I get the feeling that I won't last more than a move against them? When Slumber City's many experts saw the clash between Sher Fong and Solitary Soul, they felt their worldview shattering. No matter how they looked at it, there was no way they could interfere in such a high-level fight. In fact, if it weren't for the barrier isolating the stage from the rest of the arena, they doubted that they could even spectate the fight from such a close distance. Any stray attack that struck them could probably kill them instantly. The might of legendary equipment is truly extraordinary. Wolf Emperor inwardly exclaimed, his blood boiling in excitement. At the same time, he also mentally assessed how long he could last against Sher Fong and Solitary Soul in a fight. In the meantime, on the stage, Solitary Soul had clearly gained the upper hand after activating Spatial Mirage. He had an overwhelming advantage in both numbers and raw power. Although Sher Feng's defense was nigh impeccable, his 9 frost swords creating a barrier that neutralized the attacks of Solitary Soul's doppelgangers, it was inevitable for cracks to appear after defending against such a large number of attacks over such a long period of time. Sure enough, Sher Fong eventually started to let 1 or 2 doppelgangers slip past his defensive network from time to time. Although he had promptly rectified these mistakes by deflecting the doppelganger's attacks with his sword, Solitary Soul's doppelgangers wielded strength rivaling level 120 superior mythics. Even after he redirected a portion of their attack's power, he still suffered over 10,000 damage per hit. Currently, Shifeng's HP was at an extraordinary one, 27 million, thanks to his Tier 4 basic attributes. That was more than double what the average Tier 3 metric tons had. However, a loss of 10,000 HP per attack was not something he could afford to shrug off due to Solitary Soul's extremely high attack frequency. After roughly 50 seconds had passed since Solitary Soul activated Spatial Mirage, Shifeng had already lost 2/3 of his HP. In comparison, Solitary Soul's losses were much smaller. Although Solitary Soul had lost a few dozen doppelgangers due to his fearless attack method, he still retained over 20 doppelgangers. Meanwhile, so long as even one of his doppelgangers lived, his main body would not die. "You really are a tough bastard to survive for so long," Solitary Soul said, scoffing when he saw that he only had a short time left before Spatial Mirage's effect ran out. But everything is over now. Tier 4 Legacy Berserk Skill, Shadow Possession. The strength of Solitary Soul's aura skyrocketed once more, reaching a point where many of the spectating Tier 3 players found themselves having difficulty breathing. Is this his true strength? Wolf Emperor's expression grew serious when he saw this sudden turn of events. Based on his perception, Solitary Soul gave off the same presence as the superior mythic bosses he had encountered in the past. If Solitary Soul combined the raw power of a superior mythic monster with combat techniques, he could unleash devastating destruction. Subsequently, Solitary Soul's remaining doppelgangers attacked Shifeng from multiple directions, their speed so fast that many of the Tier 3 experts present couldn't even keep up with them. Over? Do you honestly think you're the only one with a berserk skill? When Shifeng saw Solitary Soul's doppelgangers coming at him again, he promptly activated the berserk skill that came with the Abyssal Eye. Abyssal Power. This would also be the first time Shifeng used this skill after obtaining the Abyssal Eye. Immediately, the berserk skill increased his defense by 100%, strength by 150%, agility by 60%, physique by 50%, and endurance by 100%. Boom! At this moment, black fog surrounded Shifeng, and his eyes turned pitch black completely, the transformation making him look like the incarnation of darkness. The flow of time around him also started to slow down. As for the 9 frost swords, they disintegrated due to their inability to coexist with the power of the abyss. However, Shifeng didn't feel surprised by this and held the winter of eternal night horizontally. In God's domain, berserk skills could not coexist with many skills. Normally, when players used a berserk skill in a duel with another player, it meant that they were ready to end the fight by either killing their opponent or getting killed. In a situation where Solitary Soul had an overwhelming advantage in basic attributes, Shifeng decided it was best if he didn't withhold his berserk skill. Disappear! Immediately, Shifeng executed a horizontal slash against the doppelgangers coming at him from all directions. Second sword, Holy Devour. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 31, 22_ When Shifeng swung his sword, crimson flames swept across the stage and incinerated everything into nothingness. The sight of the sea of flames devouring even space itself caused the spectating crowd to gasp. When Shifeng swung his sword, crimson flames swept across the stage and incinerated everything into nothingness. The sight of the sea of flames devouring even space itself caused the spectating crowd to gasp. What a terrifying mana technique! Who the hell is this guy? Wolf Emperor exclaimed, a grave expression appearing on his face. Mana techniques might be common in the stratified abyssal realm, but most of the mana techniques in the hands of Slumber City's peak powers could only exhibit power rivaling Tier 3 skills and spells. There were also a few mana techniques capable of reaching the standard of Tier 4 skills and spells, but those were dark-type mana techniques. However, the mana technique Shurfong used was clearly of the fire element. Yet, in addition to being capable of incinerating even space itself, those flames also gave Wolf Emperor the feeling that he would get burnt into nothingness so long as they touched him. The power of this mana technique far surpassed the power of the average tier 4 skill and spell. It should be known that mana techniques did not have cooldowns like skills and spells. So long as players had enough stamina and concentration, they could use mana techniques multiple times in a row. Hence, mana techniques were worth much more than skills and spells on the market. On average, it would take a tier 3 dark-type skill or spell to match the value of a mana technique capable of exhibiting tier 3 power. In the case of a mana technique capable of exhibiting power surpassing tier 4 skills and spells, Wolf Emperor couldn't even begin to imagine its value, since he had never heard of such a mana technique appearing in the stratified abyssal realm. However, the powerful flame Shurfong created did not deter Solitary Soul in the slightest. Immediately, several of his doppelgangers began brandishing the daggers they wielded, the phantom of a dark wolf appearing around each of these doppelgangers as they charged at the oncoming sea of flames. He even has a dark-type mana technique. How much strength has Solitary Soul kept hidden? Echoing Judgment's expression turned incredibly gloomy when he saw the wolf phantoms on the stage. The mana technique Solitary Soul just used had clearly reached the tier 4 standard already. Moreover, it was even a dark-type mana technique. Combined with his legendary equipment, Solitary Soul could easily rank among the top 5 of Shadow City, the number 1 city in the stratified abyssal realm. Even Laura Crater was unlikely to be Solitary Soul's match now. At this point, Echoing Judgment could already foresee Death Curse becoming the number 1 power in Slumber City. Once that happened, Purple Light's days in Slumber City would be numbered. However, before Echoing Judgment could lament the fate of Purple Light for long, the sea of flames and wolf phantoms clashed. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed throughout the entire arena, and the resulting shockwaves caused the stage's defensive barrier to shake violently. Although the barrier eventually calmed down without breaking, everyone still couldn't help but feel insecure when they saw the space above the entire arena turning into an empty void. Once the dust settled, the spectating audience couldn't help but be dumbfounded by what they saw. How is this possible? The stage got destroyed. Is this the strength of Vice City Lord-level players? At this time, the stage used to host the fight was nowhere to be seen, and taking its place was a massive crater. Moreover, spatial tears filled the space above the crater, the area rendered completely inhospitable. Meanwhile, hovering above the crater were 5 figures, of which 4 belonged to Solitary Soul's doppelgangers. At this time, though, these doppelgangers had already lost over 10% of their HP. Evidently, they had suffered some damage from the feedback of the clash just now. Who are you? How can you overpower even my heaven-devouring wolf? Solitary Soul shouted, a hint of fear flashing past his eyes for the first time as he looked at Shurfong. Heaven-devouring wolf was the greatest fortuitous encounter Solitary Soul had come across. It was also his strongest trump card. With this mana technique, he was confident he could challenge even the 10 Vice City Lords of Shadow City and achieve good results. Yet, even though Solitary Soul had already used Heaven-Devouring Soul against Shurfong, not only did he fail to kill Shurfong, but he didn't even manage to deal a single point of damage to Shurfong. The only change he noticed was Shurfeng's slightly paler complexion. In comparison, he had suffered some damage from the clash. At this time, Solitary Soul wasn't the only one confused by this situation. Even Wolf Emperor and the other spectators were greatly shocked. Solitary Soul's strength was clear for all to see. In addition to having a piece of legendary equipment, he even possessed a dark-type mana technique. Yet, Solitary Soul had still lost to Shurfong, even with such favorable conditions. This was simply unbelievable. Who am I? I'm the person who's about to send you on your way. Feng didn't bother offering Solitary Soul with any explanations. Instead, he promptly executed a horizontal slash, unleashing another holy devour at the other party. Immediately, a sea of flames devoured the space within the defensive barrier once more, the coverage of the attack leaving Solitary Soul with no choice but to resist it with heaven-devouring wolf again. Once, twice, thrice. Solitary Soul's doppelgangers lost a portion of their HP every time they blocked Feng's attacks. At the same time, the doppelganger's complexion also grew increasingly paler, and the trembling of their hands worsened continuously. Seeing this scene, the spectating audience finally understood what it meant to truly overwhelm a person by force. Solitary Soul could neither dodge nor block Feng's attacks perfectly. The only thing he could do was watch as his HP gradually disappeared. After Feng executed Holy Devour for the 10th time, Solitary Soul's four remaining doppelgangers faded out of existence, and Solitary Soul's main body appeared before everyone's eyes. At this time, though, Solitary Soul's HP had already fallen to 0. Then his vision darkened, and his body lifelessly fell into the crater. At the same time, the melodious sound of ringing bells echoed throughout the arena, and the victor's name was displayed above the stage-turned crater. Black Flame, the commander, actually lost. When Night Revenant and the other members of Death Curse saw Solitary Soul's body disintegrating into countless particles of light, an incomparably ugly expression appeared on their faces. None of them could believe what had just happened. Night Revenant was especially dumbfounded by this outcome. In Night Revenant's opinion, Feng was merely an outsider from who knows where. Meanwhile, there were countless such outsiders appearing in Slumber City every day. Even if these outsiders possessed incredible individual strength, there was little they could do in Slumber City. In front of Death Curse, these outsiders were still insignificant existences. Yet, Feng had not only caused Death Curse to lose an advanced combat puppet, but he had also defeated Death Curse's commander now. He had even permanently deprived Death Curse of his status as a Vice City Lord. How could Night Revenant possibly bring himself to believe this situation? He won. Crap. How strong is this guy? I think the Glimmering Sword is the only person who can match him now. After the spectators fell silent for a moment, they quickly broke into exclamations. It was especially true for the executives of Slumber City's various powers. The way they looked at Feng and his team had changed completely. After all, Death Curse was thoroughly finished in Slumber City now. Even if Solitary Soul possessed incredible individual prowess and could possibly rank among the top 3 of Slumber City, without his status as a Vice City Lord, its development in Slumber City would be severely restricted. A player's status was incredibly important in the NPC cities of the stratified Abyssal Realms, level 100+ maps. This was because many of the various NPC cities' benefits required players to have a certain status to obtain. Now that Death Curse had offended Feng, someone with authority greater than even Vice City Lords, the adventure team would have a very difficult time surviving in Slumber City. Not to mention, 7 of Feng's teammates were also upper-class nobles. In the meantime, inside the crater, Feng suddenly noticed that an item had appeared in place of Solitary Soul's body. Moreover, this item radiated an incredibly familiar aura. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 31, 23 _ An Ancient God's Possession? An Ancient God's Possession? When Feng looked at the fragmented tablet on the ground, he could sense a divine might unique to ancient gods. Although it was very weak, this divine might wasn't something gods could possess. If an ordinary Tier 3 player were subjected to this divine might, they couldn't even get close to within 10 yards of the item. If they tried to, they would either be rendered immobile or unconscious. Upon seeing the ancient god's item, Feng promptly picked it up and put it into his bag without hesitation. In God's domain, even the possession of normal gods could cause superpowers and Tier 6 god-ranked experts to go crazy. So, it was truly a pleasant surprise for Shifeng to obtain an ancient god's item after killing Solitary Soul. It should be known that players wouldn't normally drop items when they died in an official duel overseen by the main god system. Yet, Solitary Soul had still dropped the dilapidated tablet after dying. This showed just how extraordinary of an item the tablet was. However, before Shifeng had time to inspect the tablet's information, a system announcement suddenly rang in his ears. Slumber City Region's system announcement. Under the god of the Abyss's witness, Vice City Lord Solitary Soul has been deemed guilty. In addition to being deprived of his status as Slumber City's Vice City Lord, he will also lose 10 levels and be prohibited from logging into the game for 30 natural days. The system announcement repeated 3 times, the announcement's content causing everyone in the arena to gasp involuntarily. Crap! What kind of penalty is this? Death Curse will probably have to withdraw from Slumber City completely now. Prohibited from logging into God's domain for 30 days and losing 10 levels? With the threat of such a penalty in place, who would dare make an enemy out of Black Flame in Slumber City in the future? Even the upper-class nobles will have to tread carefully around this Black Flame from now on. Slumber City's various powers and independent players grew very fearful of Shifeng after hearing the system announcement. Even the aloof upper-class nobles were no exception. A drop of 10 levels wasn't a huge problem for players living in the stratified abyssal realm, since death was a normal occurrence here. However, the 30-day prohibition from logging into God's domain was a punishment worse than death. God's domain had long since become part of everyone's lives. Many people even relied on God's domain to make a living. It was especially true for the various powers executives. If they couldn't log into God's domain for 30 days, it wouldn't even be surprising if they got eliminated from the front lines. While Slumber City's players were discussing this matter, everyone in the arena got teleported back to Slumber City. In Shifeng's case, he found himself teleported straight to Slumber City's City Hall. There was also an elegant old man standing before Shifeng with a small wooden box in his hands. "Greetings, Lord Legatee. I am Florentine, the magistrate of Slumber City. Under the god of the Abyss's witness, you have exposed the despicable crimes of Vice City, Lord Solitary Soul. As a reward for your contribution, you will become Slumber City's new Vice City Lord from today onward. I hope you can make outstanding contributions to Slumber City," the old man said as he took out a black lion emblem from the wooden box and handed it over to Shifeng. Slumber City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Black Flame for gaining Magistrate Florentine's recognition and becoming Slumber City's first Vice City Lord. Slumber City Region System Announcement. A player has become Slumber City's first Vice City Lord. Slumber City's system update activated. Slumber City will undergo an update for 1 natural day. All players in Slumber City will be forcibly logged out in half an hour. Players are advised to make the necessary preparations. The city's getting an update? What's going on? First Vice City Lord? Was there such a status in NPC cities? Crap, I must be dreaming. It's a city update. Slumber City actually got a city update. The last time a city update happened was when Shadow City filled all 10 of its Vice City Lord spots, and this update instantly propelled Shadow City into the stratified abyssal realm's #1 city. I never thought our Slumber City would receive a city update as well. Our city is going to soar now. Many players were confused by the abrupt city update announced by the system. However, many of Slumber City's veteran powers couldn't help but grow ecstatic by this news. A city update might be foreign to most ordinary players, since the last time a city update appeared was over a decade ago. However, veteran players would definitely remember it still, since it had shaken the entire stratified abyssal realm back then. Meanwhile, a city update was essentially a promotion for an NPC city. Moreover, this promotion would have a huge impact on the city and its players. Solitary Soul will probably wish to die once he learns about this city update, echoing Judgment thought as he looked at the system announcement. At this time, even he couldn't help but pity Solitary Soul and Death curse a little. In addition to being one of Slumber City's peak powers, the Purple Light Chamber of Commerce also had business dealings with many NPC cities. It even had some connections in Shadow City. Hence, Echoing Judgment knew just how much help a city update could provide to a city's residents. At this time, Echoing Judgment could already foresee powers from the neighboring NPC cities and cities that were even farther away rushing to Slumber City after learning about the city update and partnering with Slumber City's local powers. So, it wouldn't be strange for Slumber City's local powers to see a sudden spike in their strength. However, Solitary Soul would be missing out on this opportunity. He had even lost his status as a Vice City Lord. It should be known that Vice City Lords would receive many more benefits from the promotion of an NPC city than other players. These additional benefits were so valuable that they could elevate the strength of a peak power like Death Curse to the next level. After all, a city's promotion would also mean the introduction of new functions. This city promotion might be a chance for us to go back, Laura, a 3-meter-tall, level 1, 20 middle-aged man said, smiling as he looked at the woman with light blue hair standing next to him. With your current strength, you'll definitely give those people a big surprise. Don't get your hopes up. You've seen Shadow City's situation for yourself. Even those 10 Vice City Lords from Shadow City don't have any clues to help us get back. We're people who have been ousted, after all. There's no way we can return to the world above so easily, Laura said, shaking her head. The ancient abyssal god has sealed this place too tightly. We've been searching for a way to leave since the first appearance of players in this stratified abyssal realm. Yet we still haven't found any clues to leave this place, the middle-aged man said, sighing. Meanwhile, inside the abyssal tower's lobby. First Vice City Lord? Guild Leader Black Flame is always amazing no matter where he goes, Crimson Heart said, a bitter smile forming on her face as she looked at the system announcement. It seems we'll need to have a chat with the guild leader after we log off. Cleansed Rue, who stood beside Crimson Heart, nodded in agreement. The stratified abyssal realm standards were vastly superior to the standards of their god's domain. Now that Shurfong had become Slumber City's first Vice City Lord, it meant that Zero Wing had already established a solid foothold in Slumber City. Meanwhile, with Slumber City's support, they could already imagine how frightening Zero Wing's development in the miniature ancient world would become. While everyone in Slumber City was carrying out their own considerations and plans, Shurfong borrowed a VIP lounge in the city hall to inspect the dilapidated tablet in his bag. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3124_ Inside the City Hall's VIP Lounge. Inside the City Hall's VIP Lounge. When Shurfong took out the dilapidated tablet, an ancient god's divine might instantly envelop the entire lounge. The presence of the ancient abyssal god's phantom in the arena had suppressed the tablet previously. However, now that the tablet was no longer being suppressed, it could unleash its divine might in full. Fortunately, the city hall was protected by an incredibly strong defensive magic array that could resist being bombarded by Tier 4 attacks for a long time. So, the divine might did not affect the building in any way. It is extraordinary as expected. Even Tier 4 experts might suffer a mental collapse against such a powerful divine might, Shurfong thought, feeling a little surprised as he looked at the dilapidated tablet in his hands. The average ancient god's possession could, at most, prevent Tier 3 players from getting close to them. In the case of ancient god's possessions that could cause Tier 4 players to suffer a mental collapse, they were incredibly rare even in the greater god's domain. Meanwhile, their value typically rivaled legendary equipment or more. Immediately, Shurfong used his Eyes of Reality to identify the dilapidated tablet. The Eyes of Reality was an innate skill of primal humans. When left in a passive state, it would allow Shurfeng to perceive the operating principles of the mana around him. When used actively, it could serve as a master rank identification skill that could easily see through various disguises and identify items. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. As the eyes of reality continued analyzing the tablet's divine might also grew stronger and stronger. By the 1-minute mark, the divine might had grown so powerful that Shurfeng's complexion had started to pale. The divine might has already reached the Tier 4 peak standard after only a minute. What is this item? Shurfeng was greatly confused as he looked at the dilapidated tablet. All possessions of ancient gods might carry divine might, but most would only carry divine might at the Tier 4 standard. Even then, these items were plenty incredible already. However, an item that could radiate divine might at the Tier 4 peak standard was something Shurfeng had never heard of before. It should be known that the effects of an ancient god's Tier 4 peak divine might could rival an ordinary god's Tier 5 divine might. It could easily cause even Tier 4 players to suffer a mental collapse, forcing them into a slumbering state. Although Shurfeng had a special technique that could help him resist the effects of divine might, he was only a Tier 3 Sword King right now. His body's various parameters might have reached the Tier 4 standard already, but he still wasn't an actual Tier 4 Sword Emperor. So, there was a limit to what the technique could do for him. Hurry! Hurry up! Shurfeng grew a little anxious as he looked at the loading bar before him. Currently, the loading bar was already at 90% progress. So long as he could complete the identification process, the divine might would automatically revert to its original state. If he couldn't hold on until the identification process was completed, he would most likely have to wait until he got promoted to Tier 4 before he could try analyzing the tablet again. After all, he was already at the pseudo-Tier 4 standard right now. There was very little he could do to develop his mental capacity. However, the ancient god's possession before him would drop on death in its current, unidentified state. Moreover, it could only be kept in his personal bag space and could not be traded to other people. This meant that he would have to carry it around with him all the time, and this would greatly restrict his activities. If this were merely an ordinary item, he wouldn't have minded losing it. However, this was an ancient god's possession that could radiate divine might at the Tier 4 peak standard. He'd probably die from heartbreak if he lost it. As the progress bar continued filling up, the divine might's strength also continued to grow. Eventually, the divine might had grown so strong that Shurfeng started to feel the world around him spin. Evidently, his mind could no longer resist the effects of this divine might. When Shurfeng's vision started to turn gray, the pleasant sound of a notification rang in his ears. This sound signified the completion of the identification process. Once the tablet was identified successfully, the divine might that flooded the room disappeared into the tablet like a receding tide. Finally, Shurfeng's grayed and blurred vision also started to recover. Then, after taking a moment to recover his bearings, he looked at the tablet in his hands and wondered, how did Solitary Soul get his hands on such an extraordinary item? It should be known that Shurfeng used to be a Tier 6 sword god. Even if his mental capacity was being limited by his Tier 3 body, his willpower still far exceeded the standards of the average Tier 4 player. Yet, the dilapidated tablet before him had very nearly caused him to lose consciousness. This was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, after the identification process ended, the tablet's information also appeared before Shurfeng. Abyss Workshop Certification Legendary Rank Item. A certification of glory in the past. Although it is now damaged, it can still be used to teleport to the Abyss Workshop. Cannot be traded. There is a 30% of dropping on death. Automatically disappears if stored in a warehouse for more than 30 natural days. Additional Skill 1, Abyss Teleportation. Teleport to the Abyss Workshop from any location. Each teleportation will cost 500 dark crystals. Cooldown: 30 natural days. Additional Skill 2, world-breaking teleportation, forcibly opens a world-breaking gate at a pre-designated location. Up to 3 locations can be saved. Each gate can only transfer up to 10 people. Each gate activation costs 3,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal. Cooldown, 10 natural days. While the Abyss Workshop certification might be damaged, it can absorb God crystals to restore its power. Current restoration progress, 0/10. What? Sher Fong exclaimed when he saw the tablet's information. There were 3 great workshops in the Greater Gods domain, and every one of them was in possession of the strongest technologies available in the Greater Gods domain. Meanwhile, the Abyss Workshop was one of these 3 great workshops. However, the 3 great workshops were extremely mysterious, and finding them was a huge challenge. Among the 3 great workshops, the Abyss Workshop was even rumored to sell epic combat puppets. An epic combat puppet possessed the strength of a Tier 6 god. Even when driven by a Tier 1 player, an epic combat puppet could clash against a Tier 6 god. This was a Tier 6 god they were talking about, not a Tier 6 player. Every Tier 6 god had enough strength to go up against a group of Tier 6 players. If players wanted to kill a Tier 6 god, they'd have to pay a heavy price. If he could get his hands on several epic combat puppets, he could flatten even the Greater Gods domain's hegemonic powers. Aside from the ability to teleport to the Abyss Workshop, the Abyss Workshop certification also had the world-breaking teleportation skill. This skill was not the least bit inferior to the Abyss teleportation skill. Many worlds in God's domain were subjected to strict travel restrictions. Examples of such worlds would be the various stratified abyssal realms. However, with the world-breaking teleportation skill, he could travel back and forth from such restricted worlds with ease in the future. The only problem was the exorbitant cost of 3,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal per use. An ordinary second-rate guild probably couldn't even afford to use this skill, even if they got their hands on the Abyss Workshop certification. After all, 7 Luminaries crystals was a rare resource in God's domain. Any location that produced 7 Luminaries crystals would be heavily contested by the various powers. It wouldn't even be surprising to see super guilds going to war over such resource nodes. However, if it meant being able to freely travel between the stratified abyssal realm and the miniature ancient world, Sher Fong wouldn't mind paying the 7 Luminaries crystals. In fact, considering that he could bring the stratified abyssal realms players into the miniature ancient world, the cost of 300 units of 7 Luminaries crystal was a very low price to pay. While Sher Fong was thinking about how he could maximize the use of the Abyss Workshop certification and obtain a large amount of 7 Luminaries crystals, another system notification rang in his ears. System, you still have 15 minutes to go offline. Please make the necessary preparations. 15 minutes? I guess I'll log out and get some rest in advance, Sher Fong decided when he saw the system notification. Using Holy Devour 10 times consecutively had exhausted his mind significantly. Combined with the divine might he had to resist just now, his mind had long since reached its limits. So, now is a good time for him to get some rest. Subsequently, Sher Fong put the Abyss Workshop certification away and logged out of the game, his body disappearing from the lounge. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 31, 25_the midday sun happened to be shining into Sher Feng's bedroom when he climbed out of his virtual gaming cabin. As soon as Sher Feng took his first step out of the cabin, a wave of exhaustion promptly assaulted him, causing him to nearly lose his footing. The midday sun happened to be shining into Sher Feng's bedroom when he climbed out of his virtual gaming cabin. As soon as Sher Feng took his first step out of the cabin, a wave of exhaustion promptly assaulted him, causing him to nearly lose his footing. Sure enough, the mental burden of using Holy Devour consecutively is significant, Sher Feng thought to himself as he held his aching head. The Heavenly Blue Saint's mana technique was top-notch even in the greater God's domain. Even if he were to reach Tier 4 and fully equip himself in fragmented legendary items, he would just barely meet the minimum requirement to use Holy Devour without overtaxing his mind and body. So, using Holy Devour consecutively in his current condition was simply foolish. However, Shifeng had no choice but to do so to overwhelm and defeat Solitary Soul. Otherwise, his chances of beating Solitary Soul would have been uncertain. After all, Solitary Soul not only possessed a piece of legendary equipment, but he had also managed to forcibly elevate himself to the Tier 4 standard through some means. After getting out of the cabin, Shifeng walked to the nearby fridge, grabbed a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid from the fridge, and drank it. Immediately, he felt a source of warmth appearing in his stomach and spreading out to the rest of his body. The exhaustion he felt also lessened rapidly. However, this recovery effect disappeared less than 5 minutes later, and a sense of hunger assaulted his mind. One bottle isn't enough? Shifeng could clearly sense that his body had yet to recover and that it was still severely deprived of energy. If he didn't replenish his body's energy, he would most certainly die from hunger. Left with no better choice, Shifeng gritted his teeth and took out another bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid from the fridge. Only, even after drinking this second bottle, he still felt a strong sense of hunger. Why is the consumption so severe? Shifeng was shocked when he sensed that he hadn't recovered from even half of his exhaustion even after consuming 2 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid. Immediately, he took out another bottle and drank it. Previously, Shifeng had acquired a total of 1 life potion and 6 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid from Qilianshan and the God's Domain Association. If not for the God's Domain Association suddenly deciding to hold the God's Domain talent camp, he could have never gotten his hands on such a haul with his current circumstances. After all, both the life potion and the S-rank nutrient fluid were incredibly valuable items. In the case of the S-rank nutrient fluid, its selling price might be 1 million credits per bottle on the black market, but very rarely could one purchase S-rank nutrient fluid even if they had the money to do so. This was because S-rank nutrient fluid could maintain a person's youth and increase the vitality of a person's body cells. It could even repair hidden injuries in one's body. Although the S-rank nutrient fluid couldn't keep a person youthful forever, if consumed periodically, it could still allow one to retain the youthfulness of a 25-year-old up until the age of 45. Hence, S-rank nutrient fluid was very popular among wealthy individuals. As for the life potion, its value was even greater. An ordinary person would have no trouble living up to 150 years old if they consumed life potions periodically. They could even retain their youthfulness up to 60 or 70 years old. Because of this, life potions were highly desired by the various major corporations' top executives. After Shifeng consumed his entire stockpile of S-rank nutrient fluid and life potion, the sense of hunger he experienced finally disappeared. Immediately afterward, he felt as if he had been resurrected as his perception of the world around him sharpened significantly. I achieved a breakthrough in my brain activity. Shifeng was shocked when he noticed the change in his perception's clarity. A strong body was necessary to develop a strong mind. Meanwhile, only with a strong mind could he control his body better and liberate more of his body's strength. Shifeng's physical fitness was currently at the standard of martial arts masters. Logically, it should have been incredibly difficult for him to achieve any further breakthroughs in his brain activity. However, Shifeng could feel that his current brain activity was much higher than before. It was obvious that he had achieved a mental breakthrough. I should be only 1 step away from reaching the standard of mental strength masters with my current mental standard, Shifeng thought as he exercised his body in his villa's gym, excitement filling him when he realized the full extent of the changes his body had experienced. Currently, not only had his physical fitness reached the standard of a Hunglian master, but even his mental standard was only 1 step away from reaching the mental strength master standard. The mental strength master standard was a height that most neutralizing grandmasters would never reach in their lives. Meanwhile, individuals who managed to reach this standard were highly sought after by even the most powerful corporations in the world. This was because the control that mental strength masters could exert over their bodies had already reached an unbelievable level. Mental strength masters could even unleash all of their body's strength at will. Normally, the average person could only exert 20% of their body's strength. This was a restriction the brain had imposed on the body to protect it, since the body would break if it used too much strength. However, mental strength masters could ignore this restriction at will. They also wouldn't have to worry about injuring their bodies after unleashing their full strength. Moreover, after becoming a mental strength master, an individual's lifespan would greatly increase. Because of this, it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to refer to mental strength masters as a new type of human. Originally, Shifeng thought that he would have to develop his physical fitness to the standard of neutralizing grandmasters before his mind could reach the mental strength master standard. He didn't think that he would reach it now. With the amount of control he currently had over his body, he was confident he could triumph over neutralizing grandmasters already. Hence, he could now be considered to be standing at the top of this world's strength pyramid. I have to consolidate my gains right away. But that's not going to happen with the training equipment I have at home. It seems I'll have to pay the God's Domain Association a visit. After exercising his body a little, Shifeng could sense that his improved control over his body was very unstable. This was most likely due to his body's physical fitness not matching the standard of his brain activity. Simply put, his body couldn't keep up with his brain. If he were to remain in this situation for too long, his brain would definitely start to limit its activity to protect his body. This absolutely wasn't an outcome Shifeng wished to see. Hence, to avoid losing all of his gains, he'd need to undergo some superphysical training to stabilize his condition. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng quickly changed into casual wear and made his way to the God's Domain Association in the city center. God's Domain Association. Throughout the 10 years God's Domain had remained in operation, the God's Domain Association had not only hosted various competitions in God's Domain, but had also helped to expand God's Domain's influence over the real world. The association had also serviced many players of God's Domain. Every one of the God's Domain Association's branches, be it the main branch or side branches, possessed a comprehensive array of training facilities significantly better than what one could find in a God's Domain Academy. These training facilities could allow players to achieve maximum efficiency in their daily physical training. Meanwhile, these training facilities were offered exclusively to members recognized by the God's Domain Association. If one became an advanced member of the God's Domain Association, one could even use these training facilities and rest in the association's accommodations for free. Aside from providing players with excellent training facilities, the God's Domain Association also offered God's Domain's various powers to rent temporary office spaces in their buildings. Meanwhile, Zero Wing was currently using one of the office spaces in Jinhai City's God's Domain Association as its temporary headquarters. As a gold instructor recognized by the God's Domain Association and the guild leader of Zero Wing, a guild recognized by the God's Domain Association, Shifeng enjoyed benefits vastly better than even the God's Domain Association's advanced members. Hence, he could freely use the association's training facilities without restrictions. After arriving at the association's building, Shifeng made his way to the top floor VIP lobby to register for the training facilities. While doing so, he suddenly heard a commotion coming from the lobby's entrance. At this time, two figures had appeared in the VIP lobby. Both of these people were beautiful women, one of them giving off a calm and cool impression, while the other gave off a bright and sunny impression. Of these two women, one of them was someone Shifeng was actually incredibly familiar with. Meanwhile, this person was none other than one of Zero Wing's vice guild leaders during Shifeng's previous life, Aqua Rose. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 31:26 _ Did I forget to wake up today? Aren't those two aqua rose and unyielding ice? Why would two God-ranked experts be in a small city like ours? Did I forget to wake up today? Aren't those two aqua rose and unyielding ice? Why would two God-ranked experts be in a small city like ours? I can't believe I get to see them in person. I can die without regrets now. I wonder if they'll give me an autograph and a handshake. Both of them are my idols. Are you tired of living? They're the signature characters of Twilight Echo. Do you not see the bodyguards behind them? Every one of them is a 3-star bodyguard from Blackwater. Even a martial arts master will have to take the long way around in front of those bodyguards. But why did they suddenly come here? Shouldn't they be busy preparing for the World Passage's opening? The last I heard, they've been on an expedition at the ruined mountain range. It is indeed strange. It was only recently that I heard the news mentioning them visiting the secret pavilion's main headquarters for some business. Yet, after doing business with the secret pavilion, they actually came to our small city. Do they have an appointment with some big shot here? Aqua Rose and Unyielding Ice's appearance quickly caused a commotion in the VIP lobby. Reaching Tier 6 was the goal of countless players in God's domain, and players who successfully reached it were existences standing at the apex of God's domain. So, everyone in the lobby, regardless of gender, couldn't help but look toward Aqua Rose and Unyielding Ice in reverence and longing. The reactions of the young boys and girls in the lobby were especially intense since they had grown up listening to the tales of Tier 6 God-ranked experts. Meeting Aqua Rose and Unyielding Ice here was akin to meeting the characters in historical myths in person. It was only natural that they felt excited. Not to mention, Aqua Rose and Unyielding Ice weren't your average Tier 6 God-ranked expert. They ranked at the top even among other God-ranked experts. In fact, they were the main reason why Twilight Echo had gone from being a first-rate guild to becoming publicly recognized as a super first-rate guild. While everyone was quietly discussing Aqua Rose and Unyielding Ice, the scene that took place next shocked them all. After arriving in the VIP lobby, Aqua Rose and Unyielding Ice slowly made their way toward an unassuming man. The man wore plain casual clothes, and the first impression he gave off was that of an independent player that was only barely getting by in life. Crap, who is that bastard? Don't tell me the two goddesses had come here to meet with that guy? Who is he? I don't recall seeing someone like him before. This is the VIP lobby, so non-members aren't allowed here. Could he be a hidden expert? No way. Why would a hidden expert come to a small place like ours? I recognize him. I think he's Shadow's former guild leader and the person behind the creation of Zero Wing, a guild that's very popular in the miniature ancient world right now. But why do I get the feeling that he's different from before? Zero Wing? I think I know which guild you're talking about. It's the guild that World Dominators put a kill order on before, right? But World Dominators ended up retracting the kill order because of some organization called the Azura Mercenary Alliance or something. That's right. Zero Wing is quite the famous guild in Jean High City right now because of that incident. But it still doesn't change the fact that Zero Wing has only been established recently. Moreover, it is only a guild based in the miniature ancient world. It's leagues below even veteran first-rate guilds, let alone super first-rate guilds like Twilight Echo. Could Twilight Echo have taken an interest in Zero Wing? Many superpowers are trying to get a cut of the miniature ancient world right now, so I'm assuming Twilight Echo is the same. But isn't Twilight Echo thinking too highly of Zero Wing? Is there a need to have the two goddesses make a personal trip? Zero Wing has struck gold now. If it gets into Twilight Echo's good graces, it will have no trouble becoming the #1 guild in Jean High City. When the surrounding crowd saw Aqua Rose and Unyielding Ice walking toward Sherfoam, an indescribable sense of envy filled them. Some of the people present also quickly discerned Shifeng's identity, and they couldn't help but find this situation astonishing. However, when they thought about Zero Wing's current fame in the miniature ancient world, they more or less understood why Aqua Rose and Unyielding Ice had come to meet with Shifeng in person. The time of the World Passage's opening was drawing close. Once the World Passage opened, a war involving the entirety of God's domain would ensue. Based on the God's Domain Association's recent announcement, everyone was aware that the World Passage's opening would lead to their world clashing against those who had migrated from Earth to other planets. This situation led to many people eagerly anticipating the World Passage's opening, since this was a huge business opportunity. Not only would they gain access to new maps, but they could also level up more quickly after reaching level 200. In addition, a war between two gods' domains would create more opportunities for players to make money. This was because the acquisition of resources required a large amount of manpower. In fact, even though the World Passage had yet to open, the Gods Domain Association had already launched a new point system, offering even S-rank nutrient fluid for exchange as encouragement for players to explore the outer world and plunder the resources of the other gods' domain. Mr. Shifeng, I am Aqua Rose, Twilight Echo's honorary elder. May I know if you have time for a chat? Aqua Rose asked with a charming smile after walking up to Shifeng. Yes, I have some time to spare, Shifeng said, nodding. Shifeng was honestly a little confused by Aqua Rose's visit. He had no dealings whatsoever with Aqua Rose in this life. While he had thought of re-establishing Zero Wing, he had never thought of seeking out all of his old companions in Zero Wing. After all, they had their own lives in this timeline. He was only an outsider to them in this life. Of course, he would gladly welcome opportunities to form alliances with his old companions. Subsequently, Aqua Rose looked toward the front desk's receptionist and asked, "Can you give us a place to talk?" "I'll arrange it immediately," the receptionist anxiously said as she looked at Aqua Rose. In no time at all, the receptionist freed up one of the VIP lounges on the top floor for Aqua Rose, Unyielding Ice, and Shifeng, letting them hold their talk uninterrupted. "May I know why you have come to meet a small character like myself, Elder Aqua?" Shifeng calmly asked after taking a sip of the tea the receptionist had served him. "Small character?" Aqua Rose chuckled at Shifeng's words. "You are too modest, Mr. Shifeng. How can someone who can connect with an outer world, God-ranked expert be a small character? Also, the current Zero Wing is no longer a nameless guild like before. It might not be well known on the main continent, but it is known by all in the miniature ancient world. You've even managed to get Mysterious Moon and Witch's Sin to ally with Zero Wing willingly. This isn't even a feat that most first-rate guilds can accomplish." Upon hearing Aqua Rose's words, Shifeng understood that the other party had done their homework before coming to meet him. So he frankly said, "Since you know about everything, let's just get straight to the point, Elder Aqua." "Straightforward, as expected." Aqua Rose's charming smile deepened. "I'll say it straight then. Twilight Echo is willing to invest in Zero Wing. The current Zero Wing might have the Azura Mercenary Alliance backing it, but the Flower of Seven Sins is determined to destroy Azura. Not only has the Flower of Seven Sins increased its bounty, but it has even tasked 3 of its 7 commanders to oversee this matter. With Zero Wing's current finances, forgive me for being a little rude, but I doubt you can last more than a week before having to disband. Not to mention, the Flower of Seven Sins is specifically targeting the members of Azura's allied guilds." "Your point?" Shifeng calmly asked. Shifeng's calmness stunned Aqua Rose a little, a hint of confusion appearing in her eyes. She didn't think that Shifeng would be unfazed to hear the Flower of Seven Sins targeting Zero Wing. She found it very hard to believe that Shifeng was merely the former guild leader of a second-rate guild. However, Aqua Rose quickly snapped out of her daze as she continued, "Twilight Echo will provide Zero Wing with ample funding. On top of helping you resolve your lack of a headquarters, we will also supply you with S-rank nutrient fluids to nurture your experts. In addition, we will also send reinforcements to help you resist the flower of 7 sins experts. Of course, the reinforcements I am talking about aren't limited to just Twilight Echo's experts. Other experts will join in as well. So resisting the flower of 7 sins wouldn't be a problem. What are the conditions? Sure Feng did not think Twilight Echo would be so kind as to go to such lengths to help Zero Wing for nothing. However, he'd also be lying if he said the offer didn't tempt him. After all, S-rank nutrient fluids were crucial to his and Zero Wing's development. Having a large supply of S-rank nutrient fluids was one of the conditions needed for a guild to develop into a superpower. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible.